I was a kid, my mom worked as an ICU nurse. My dad was in the Navy, so I spent a lot of time coloring at the charge nurse's desk when we couldn't find a babysitter. The charge nurse was named Debbie, and she was always very understanding about our situation. She and my mom became close friends over the years that they worked together. Of course, everyone loved Debbie. People say that she was the sweetest woman to ever walk the earth, that the way she cared for her patients was inspiring. She treated them like family, and when she lost one, she retreated to a faraway corner to cry her eyes out. If someone didn't have visitors for whatever reason, she would sit with them on her breaks and stay after her shift. She worked at the hospital for 32 years, even after she was diagnosed with cancer in '93. When she physically couldn't keep going, they fixed her up in the hospital, and all the nurses took turns visiting her. Coworkers and patients were the only family she had left, and they wanted to make sure she wasn't alone in the end. A few weeks after she passed, a mother came into the ICU with her 2 children. They'd been in a car wreck and had all received severe injuries. Sadly, neither of the kids survived. When the mother woke from surgery and learned the news, my mom and one of the other nurses retreated to the crying corner. As they got close, they could hear someone else was already there, sobbing. It sounded just like Debbie. But when they made it to the spot, no one was there. It was basically a supply closet without a door. There was no other way out, yet the room was empty. My mom said she's seen too many things not to believe in ghosts, so that was enough for her to be certain that Debbie's spirit was still with them. But her friend and the other nurses would need more convincing. Over the next 2 years, almost every doctor and nurse heard the crying at least once. It happened every time a particularly tragic death occurred, and, well, it was a hospital, so we're talking about not a rare occurrence. I wish I knew what's been happening in more recent years, but that's when we moved away. There wasn't much in the way of social media at the time, but then, if you moved across the country, you just never saw your old friends again. Strange concept, I know. Well, whatever happened there, I hope Debbie's at peace. Having been a nurse for 30 years, I've seen some things that I'm unable to explain. I always tried to find a logical or scientific answer for anything out of the ordinary, but sometimes that wasn't possible. One day, one of the nurses in the post-open heart surgical ICU where I worked went to draw some medication from the Pyxis machine. A Pyxis machine is an automated medication dispenser. You put in your code, the names of all the patients on your unit appear on the screen. You choose yours, and then it displays their meds, and you take them out. Simple. "Who's taking care of Florence?" the nurse asked all of us. "Who?" we said. "We don't have a patient named Florence." I didn't think so. Her name's in our machine. Pharmacy must have screwed up and put her in here instead of where she really is. She called the pharmacy and informed them of their error. "What are you talking about?" the pharmacist asked. "We have the master machine and we enter all of the names in the entire hospital. I'm looking at your machine and there's no one named Florence in your machine." "Well, I'm not crazy. I'm looking at her name right now. If you don't believe me, then come up here yourself," the nurse told him, annoyed. He did. He couldn't explain it. He called the Pyxis company technician. He came to the hospital and didn't know what to make of it either. He said it was impossible to have a name show up in one machine and not appear in the master machine. After a week, her name disappeared on its own. The pharmacy insisted that they hadn't removed it. A month later, it happened again. As before, her name didn't show up in the master, but it did in ours. It stayed there for a while and then disappeared. After a few months of this, We began to see a pattern. Florence would stay in our Pyxis until 3 people died. Then she'd disappear. It didn't even need to be our patients. Any deaths in the hospital would do. But it was always 3. It reached a point that someone would go to the Pyxis and gasp, "Ladies, hang on to your patience. Florence is back." We would look around nervously. Some of us would even have conversations with the ceiling. "Stay away from my patient, Florence. Go find someone else to take." We used to joke that Florence was a celestial bus driver with a need to fill her big black bus with the dead. Once she had all of her passengers on board, she would drive them to their final destination. Florence, bus driver to the stars. We would hear a code blue called in the hospital and wait a reasonable amount of time, then page the nursing supervisor. "Did the code on 5 West make it?" we would ask. "No." "How many does Florence have now?" Everyone knew about our ghost. "That makes 2. 1 more and she'll leave us for a while." We tried to find out who our ghost was. We checked our records, and we knew that she'd never passed through our ICU. We were at a loss as to why she was targeting us, so to speak. Finally, one of the secretaries got an idea. "Let's look in the death book," she said. The death book was a ledger book, one in which we would handwrite the name of every patient who died in our ICU or in the operating room. It was a huge book with hundreds of pages of names. But sure enough, we found Florence in the death book. She had died a week before her first appearance in our Pyxis. The reason that we couldn't find any record of her was because she had never made it to our ICU. She was meant to, but she died during surgery on the OR table. We figured that she was haunting us because she wanted to come into the ICU and never got the chance. After almost a year, we decided to send our ghost away. So how does one get rid of a ghost? Exorcism? Seance? No. We planned to do what any group of science-based, educated, rational people would do. Throw a ghost going away party. More specifically, a go towards the light party. On the anniversary of her death, we borrowed a CPR mannequin from the education department. We put her in a hospital gown, sat her at the head of our table in the kitchen, and placed a sign around her neck that said, "Hi, my name is Florence." Just chillin' before her party. We printed a huge banner saying, "Bon voyage, Florence. Have a safe trip to the afterlife." And we strung it up in the break room. Everyone brought food and we had a potluck. Within an hour, word had spread all over the hospital that our crazy open-heart ICU nurses were having a party for a ghost. People came from other units just to see if it was true. Like ethereal spirits themselves, young doctors appeared out of thin air, sniffing the scent of our cooking and salivating over the table, groaning with food. Baby docs were always scrounging for a free meal. We heard you were having a party. Do you have any extra food that we could, they said, trying not to look so hungry and desperate. "Of course, there's plenty here," we told them as they loaded up their plates with baked ham, fried chicken, potato salad. They all ate hungrily and stared at the mannequin. "So, what's all that about?" they asked between bites. "That's Florence. She's our ghost. We threw her this going away party so that she'll stop haunting us and gathering the souls of the dead to drive off in her bus," we told them, straight-faced. They glanced at each other warily. "Okay. Hey, is that key lime pie?" After our party, not a day went by that we didn't hold our breath when we accessed the Pyxis machine, searching for her name. She never reappeared. It seems all she wanted was a wake. Rest in peace, Florence. I've experienced something in a hospital a couple of times. I work on the really advanced stuff, and at one facility, I was part of a 2-man team responsible for Linux, which is linear accelerators, radiation therapy units. Most of the hospital was a little grim, even for a hospital, but the cancer center was like a tomb. It comes with the territory that if you work on the high-end stuff, you'll work some odd hours, late nights, and weekends are the norm. So I was completely alone. The department empties at about 5:30, and by 6, you're it. Of course, you could always feel something there, even if it was just you and the phone. One day I was working on replacing a fitting in the gas system, and I could hear the unmistakable sound of an infusion pump giving a KVO alarm from the closet. That's the sound that the pump makes when it completes a drug treatment. That was on a weekend, with no patient or nurse in sight, on a device that's stored off completely in a totally empty cancer treatment center, and it had just gone off. I chose to hurry up and get the hell out of Dodge after connecting the new bottle. My second experience was actually worse. I was working on the same system when the door to the vault closed. Before you say that it isn't a big deal, these doors are about 8 inches thick and motorized. And then the machine started to actually move, like it was starting a treatment, while it was in service mode. This doesn't make it impossible, just extremely unlikely that it was just a simple malfunction, since in that mode you have to individually command each motion. Luckily, it didn't try to start the beam, and I got out of there before it went much further. I don't do Linux anymore, at least not alone. I was just 18 and working as a healthcare assistant on a large medical surgical ward. My mother and my dad's sister both worked at and trained at the same hospital, though not the unit I was working on. A family friend, Jen, one of the best nurses I've ever worked with, worked nights, and I was working with her. It was after the midnight rounds. A woman about 50 had been admitted to room 205 that day. She was waiting for exploratory abdominal surgery. These were the days before MRI scans, and undiagnosable abdominal problems often resulted in open surgery. We had just sat down. The nurse's station was in the middle of the long hall, and all of the rooms were easily visible. The lights flickered. No big deal. Then, a shadow moved down the hall and stopped by room 205, where it lingered. Jen hit me on the arm and yelled, "Get the code cart and bring it to 205, now." Jen ran for the room. I got the cart. The other nurses heard us and headed there too. "The Angel, it's a code," Jen yelled to the other nurse. She said, "I'll get the doctor." Jen was doing CPR. In an instant, the room was filled with people, and I went into the hall. There was a gentle breeze, and just outside the door, a darkness. Suddenly, the hall got bright. Just at that instant, I heard, "She's gone. Call it." The lady had an aneurysm and had died. I was a bit shaken. As Jen and I prepped the body, I said, "How did you know?" She said, "That's the Angel. When you see her, run. The patient is dying. Did you see her light up?" I told her I didn't see anything, just that it was dark and then light. She said, "When it goes like that, they're gone. Some people think that it was a nurse who worked here and that she's still on duty." I thought she was being a little silly, and in my head, I decided it was just faulty fluorescent lights and my own anxiety. But I asked my mom, and she said, "Ask anyone. They all know the Angel." Fast forward 6 years, and I'm no longer an HCA, but a healthcare professional myself. I'm on the same ward as a patient. My gallbladder hated me and decided to act up. I'd had it out, the old-fashioned and miserable way. I was really uncomfortable. So although it was late, I was watching TV. The lady next to me was an elderly lady who had broken her hip. She was sleeping peacefully. I became aware of a dark cloud over the TV screen, which was on the wall over the foot of the bed. I felt a gentle breeze. I yelled at the top of my lungs, 208, the angel. The darkness paused and softened. I felt an amazing sense of calm, then chaos as everyone burst into the room. The lady next to me was in respiratory arrest. The darkness lingered. Then, instead of flickering light as it did before, it just faded. I felt calm and at ease, and my pain had lessened. They started to roll the lady out on a trolley. Your roommate is going to the ICU, they told me, as they moved my bed to push hers past. Jen was on and came from the other side of the curtain to straighten out the room. You saw her? I nodded and told her that I saw a shadow, but it felt so calm. Well, she was just in time. How did you know? Did she wake you up? I told her I'd been watching television and a shadow moved across it. She laughed. It couldn't be. We turn off the televisions at 10. It's nearly 1 a.m. I looked up. The TV was off. My headphones in the drawer. I have no idea how I saw her. I don't know that it was a her at all, but it was something, and it was there. And it was there either to usher someone on with calmness or to give them a chance. I'm not sure. Maybe it was a nurse's instincts, but maybe it was just someone who took her work so seriously she stayed on long after life left her, looking after those who needed her. All I really know is I felt so calm and strengthened and not at all afraid in the presence of whatever it was. My ex-wife worked as a night nurse at an old folks' home in a quiet corner of Dunedin, New Zealand. After a while, she came home telling me about nocturnal disturbances they had been having there, which caused them to eventually call the police. Apparently, there were always people shuffling around the building's grounds at night. She could see them standing there at 1 or 2 a.m., looking out over the grounds. At first, she thought a confused resident had perhaps gotten up and gone out to the garden. So she went, checking on all the rooms, but found everybody was in their beds. When she went outside to check, nobody was there. The police also never found anybody. What really got me, though, was how coolly she took it. As a long-time nurse with many years of experience, it seemed normal to her that there was a bit of paranormal going on in places where people died. To her, ghosts came through the hospital like medication cabinets and cleaning utensils. It was just normal, I guess. I had worked as a hospice nurse that sent me to this old hospital about 30 miles from where I had lived at the time. It was clean, but looked just like you'd stepped back into the 1950s. It was in a farming community, and at one time had delivered babies. My patient was passing late one night, and I got there at about 3 a.m. As I was walking to her room, I saw an older man with overalls and a plaid shirt, looking like he was lost. I asked if I could help him. He turned his back and just dissolved into the air. It scared the heck out of me. When I got to the nursing station, one of the nurses saw that I was deadly pale. She started laughing and yelled at the aides that I had seen old Henry. They laughed and then got serious. They told me that when the man was alive, his daughter went into labor, but things went wrong, and her and the baby died. When they had called her father, Henry, he'd been in such a hurry to get to the hospital that he'd been in a car wreck, and he and his wife were also killed. They told me that everyone sees him, but it's usually before someone passes away. The nurses then showed me a baby doll, one that they would put out into the room that's now abandoned. It was the delivery room. She said the only other time Henry comes out is when they put the baby out. I thought the story was so sad. To have your soul stuck on Earth, looking for your dead daughter and grandbaby. And sure enough, my little patient passed at 8 a.m. So, they were right about Henry showing up before someone passed. I was couch surfing off and on for close to 3 years after I lost my job. Most of the time I stayed with my friend that we'll call Jules. Jules and I went to high school together, and senior year, she got hit by a snowplow while smoking a cigarette. The incident nearly killed her, and as a result, she had a long metal rod fused into her spine, and a hefty settlement that provided her with a small brick house in the suburbs and a drug habit she was happy to share with her friends. She didn't have many friends outside from me and her boyfriend Cody. This meant we were the lucky ones that Jules could throw her pills around with. Cody, obviously more so than me. I was still trying to function and maintain a stable job to pay rent for an apartment I barely stayed at. This was before the eventual losing of my job and full-time couch surfing at Jules. Though the time we spent together rarely navigated far from the regular sessions, living in someone else's natural environment and calling it your home, it wasn't the same as having an actual home that I could hide away from in my room if I wanted to. There, my bedroom was the couch. Jules and Cody were comfortable arguing in front of me. They also didn't have a choice because I was right there in the living room, but they definitely didn't try to contain it in their bedroom. It was also surprising to see how often they fought. I wouldn't say it was nightly, but quite a few nights out of a 7-day week, my sleep would be interrupted by them yelling at the top of their lungs, turning on all the lights and stomping around the house, high out of their minds. It was aggravating, but I was a guest, so who was I to stop them in their natural environment? I did have to intervene once when Cody had gotten Jules in a headlock and was cutting off her air. It was the first time that one of their physical altercations had spilled outside the bedroom. Before that, the sounds I heard could have been ignored as Jules throwing stuff at him. She liked to do that, and usually that's the extent I'd see. Cody leaving the bedroom, calling her all sorts of names, turning on all the lights, trying to find his keys, while Jules cries, screams, and breaks stuff. Cody was abusive, mentally and physically. Some of the things I'd hear him say to her were just venomous and evil. She'd wear clothing that would hide the bruises that he'd left on her. When I did see them, she always had a relatively believable story to go along with them. The night that I got in the middle of it, I had to jump on Cody's back to get him to release Jules. He tossed me to the ground, and I almost went through the glass coffee table. Then, Cody turned around, and I thought he was going to come after me. But instead, he grabbed his car keys that were on the coffee table, then slammed the door as hard as he could on his way out. Jules apologized with pure humiliation that things had gotten so out of hand. I told her that she needs to get some help, go to rehab, anything to change her current trajectory. But they were back together the following week. I think I died of a drug overdose in my last life because in this one, I've experimented with most any drug you can name, but I've always been able to get off of them independently. Maybe seeing Jules spiral downward also helped me kick the habit, but whatever it was, I hadn't been taking part in our prescription smoke sessions for over a month by then. I told Jules that my new job did regular piss tests, and this was true. My new job did do regular testing, but it also paid very well and gave me an interview without needing to call my past employer. I didn't tell her this, but I wasn't planning on living with Jules much longer. I didn't pay rent there, so I knew I could leave whenever and it wouldn't affect her. I was playing things by ear and waiting for a sign to branch out. Jules was lonely, and we'd been friends forever. I would have felt bad leaving the first minute I could, but after being a part of their little fight night, I was trying to get out of there the moment my bank account allowed me to withdraw the first and last month's rent. With my new job, I was planning on it becoming a reality within 2 to 3 months. I felt confident I could survive whatever those months threw at me. And when they say it's darkest before dawn, let me tell ya, I get it now. Month 1, car problems solidify this being a 3-month endeavor for me to move out. That's okay, I planned for that. Jules and Cody continue their toxic nightly behavior. That's okay, I know when Cody slams the door, I'm going to at least get a few hours of decent sleep before I have to wake up again. But then, one night, as they're fighting and Cody storms out, Jules chases after him. Now they're screaming outside. Then, Jules runs back inside. The door stays open, and from the couch, I can see Cody hop into his car and start it up. Then, Jules runs back outside, slamming the door behind her. It sounds like she starts up her own car, too, and I hear both cars tear out of the driveway, one after the other. The TV guide channel is still playing on the TV. The ticker also has a little timer bar that reads 11-something. I remember being shocked it's not after midnight. I prayed that I'd get at least a few hours of sleep before they came back. But when my alarm woke me up, I realized I'd slept through the whole night. I was rested. It was a feeling I'd forgotten after living there for so long. Jules' bedroom door was closed. I don't know if it was already closed from the night before, but I didn't look to see if they'd made it back home. I got ready for work and left. It's only when I'd return home from work and enter Jules' bedroom and find it empty. That's when I'd start to worry, imagining what craziness she'd gotten herself into the night prior. I stayed awake as long as I could that night, waiting for her to return, but Jules didn't come home. The next morning, I planned on calling in a missing persons when I'd gotten home from work that afternoon. But when I pulled into the driveway, I was relieved to see Jules' car parked back out front. She was in her bedroom when I came inside, and when I went to check on her, she was sleeping. I let her sleep. Cody wasn't there. Jules slept the whole evening. The next morning, her bedroom was empty again. Late that night, she walked in and went straight into the bedroom. She didn't even smile or return my hello. It was clear she wasn't in a talking mood. Weeks would pass with her acting like this. Seldomly would she acknowledge my presence. Cody hadn't been around for a while either. I put together that they must have broken up, and she was taking it extremely hard. I probably could have been a better friend, but I kind of enjoyed having the living room and TV to myself. Not to mention the peace in comparison to the chaos that used to be in this home. I would check in on her every once in a while, but I didn't push the topic, and she didn't want to talk. It had been a few weeks, and I thought Cody was out of the picture, but one night, I'm woken up by the familiar heavy thumping of Cody's heavy steps on the floorboards. The sound gives me a pit in my stomach, and I was so angry at Jules for being so weak. My blood is boiling as I keep my eyes tightly shut and listen to him walk around. Even when he's trying to be quiet, he's not quiet. I can hear his heavy breathing and grunting as he makes his way around the small living room. Then, his footsteps stop at the arm of the couch. He was standing above where my head was laying. I knew exactly where he was because of his breathing. It was so loud. I pretended to be asleep. I felt like he was there for at least 10 minutes, just standing above me. Then, I heard his footsteps walk away down the hall. That night, I stayed awake all night listening to see if he'd come back. I must have gotten some sleep, however, because my alarm woke me up, and the house was empty. My car was the only one in the driveway leaving for work. I'd planned on giving Jules a real friend check the next time I got to see her, but I'd have to hold on to that feeling for a couple of days until I saw her next. In between those days, when I thought I'd had the house to myself, I again was woken up by Cody's footsteps walking through the house. This terrified me because I knew Jules wasn't home. I still never opened my eyes, even when he'd stand over me and breathe deeply. I knew I couldn't overpower him. Waking up and freaking out would only make whatever's happening worse. So, I stayed frozen, under the covers, until I'd hear his footsteps retreat again. When I did finally see Jules, that's when I decided to freak out on someone. When I got home from work, her car is parked in the driveway, and I have a moment to think of some zingers before I go inside. Jules is back away in her bedroom with the door closed, but I don't care anymore. I open her door, and when I saw that Cody wasn't there, I felt free to say, "Tell your creepy boyfriend to stop breathing over me when I'm trying to sleep." I go in telling her how weak and stupid she is for getting back together with Cody and unload every pent-up feeling I had at Jules. She started crying, but I was all out of empathy at that point, and I'm thinking that I'm getting through to this girl, but the response she gives me took me off guard. I didn't know how to respond next. After I say all that stuff to her, "You need to value yourself more," so on and so forth, Jules turns and looks at me and then says, "I've seen him too." Her cry turns to uncontrollable hysterics, and Jules tells me that Cody once beat her so badly she had a miscarriage, and apparently the night that she chased after him, it was because he made some pretty heartless remarks about the situation, and it sent her over the edge. When Jules ran back inside that night, she retrieved a knife, one that she used to butcher Cody at a gas station in the next county. It was an old self-service station, and Cody was almost out of gas. He had no choice but to pull over. Before he could get out of his car, Jules had hopped into the back seat of his car and proceeded to stab Cody until the knife broke. Then, she pushed the car off the edge of the road, down a long hill that led into dense brush. I was shocked and speechless. Jules turned herself in that day. The first-hand story Jules told me was the literal most horrific thing anyone's ever spoken to me in real life, and the small news piece didn't give the details that she did. I was able to stay in the house until it was foreclosed on. By then, I had enough to get my own place. Oddly enough, after Jules left, I didn't hear Cody in the house anymore. The last couple of months living there were the best they could have been. The house felt like a home. Jules and I didn't stay in contact since living with each other, and I'm okay with that. I would have been homeless, and my life would have been on a completely different timeline if she hadn't opened up her couch to me, though. For that, I'll forever be grateful. But the rest is kind of a nightmare. When I was a probationary constable, I was on patrol with a senior constable in South Australia. We received a noise complaint of a party in an old derelict building on the outskirts of the city. As we approached, there was a man standing, waving us down. From the car, the noise was deafening, concert loud. This is a heritage-listed home built circa 1700s, and the windows were all covered by boards, and the lighting came through the cracks. The whole property had a 2-meter fence with barbed wire atop. As we could find no way in, the fire department called for help. 30 minutes later, with more backup to catch the possible squatters living in the house, everyone was in position to make entry. 3, 2, 1. Ground floor breached, officers yelling their presence. The house thrust into darkness, and no one was there. No one but us. 20 members of the emergency services, staring at each other. Most had confused looks. Next shift, I was informed that the house with the party was indeed over 100 years old, and had been sealed for over 40 years after a party guest was killed and the house was deemed unsafe as the cause of death was unknown. The house was never connected to or built for electricity, yet on that night, over 20 professional people heard loud music from the 80s and through the cracks saw the lighting of a modern-day disco. To this day, my friends and I still don't know what it was, and we definitely don't talk about it. But thanks for letting me share. I'm 18 and just finished my senior year. A lumber company recently bought some land behind my house and clear-cut the woods. When they left, we discovered an old cemetery about a half-mile back. There's maybe a dozen graves, the most recent being from 1864. The headstones were all faded and covered with overgrowth to the point that most of them were unreadable. Since I wasn't busy with school, I decided to clean them off and get a few tips from YouTube. Apparently, there's entire channels dedicated to people restoring random old tombstones. Go figure. My friend and girlfriend came to help on the last day. We didn't get out there until late afternoon, so we were just finishing the last two as the sun was going down. While we were packing up, Leela screamed because she saw a dark silhouette moving between the graves. We shined our flashlights all over the area, but nothing was there. And then as we were driving away, we all saw someone run behind the gravestone and disappear. They just never came out on the other side, and it wasn't very big. A person shouldn't have been able to hide behind it. Leela was too freaked out to return, but Dylan and I went back the next day to look around. We both tried to hide behind the same grave, but it wasn't big enough to cover either of us. And Dylan is pretty small. The figure that we saw was definitely my size or bigger. Even if someone laid flat, we should still be able to see them. I had to know if it was a ghost or a trespasser, so we went back again the next night, sat in the truck with the lights off. The moon gave us just enough light to make out our surroundings, and we brought a spotlight just in case. I'm sure ghost hunting is fun when you're walking around a huge cemetery or an abandoned psych ward, but when you're just waiting in a truck, it's pretty dull. About 30 minutes in, we were both ready to leave, but we agreed to stay at least an hour for science. That's when Dylan decided he couldn't wait to pee, and he stepped out. I told him, do not piss near the graves. It's like the first rule of graveyards. I wanted to see a ghost, not piss one off. I shouldn't have said anything, because that just gave Dylan the idea to expedite the hunt. He walked right up to the big headstone and did his business all over the front of it. Then he stumbled forward, screamed for the light, and began turning in circles like he was looking for someone. I got the light on him, but there was nothing else around. When he came back to the truck, he was pale and shaking. I've known Dylan since kindergarten, and he's the worst liar I've ever met. There's no way that he put on an act that convincing. He said someone pushed him from behind, but it stung. I looked at his back, and there were faint red scratch marks right in the middle of his shoulder blades. He was never out of my sight. Nobody was behind him, at least no one that we could see. He wanted to leave right then, but I convinced him to stay for an extra half hour. I mean, that's what we came for, isn't it? A few minutes later, we started to hear a noise, like someone was tapping their fingers on the side of the truck. I got the light, but as soon as I turned it toward the sound, it stopped. Nothing was there. I turned it off again, but the tapping never resumed, and Dylan wasn't willing to stay a single extra minute past the deadline. I turned on the high beams and started to reverse out of there, but when I looked into the rearview mirror, it was my turn to scream. There was a man in my back seat. He was dressed like an Amish person. There was no skin to the left side of his face. Suddenly, ghost hunting was no longer a sport I wanted to participate in.
I jumped out of the truck, shined my flashlight into the back seat, but it was empty. Dylan saw nothing, but he screamed and got out too. Once I explained, we had a short debate over whether it was the best idea to drive back or walk, but walking through the dark fields seemed worse. After an extremely thorough inspection, I drove us back without glancing into the mirrors. We haven't been back to that graveyard, but I think that ghost guy followed Dylan home. He's had things in his room fall off shelves, his keys get moved, and he's seen someone walk past his door while being home alone. This week, when I saw him, he had more scratches on his back. He doesn't remember getting them, just that they were there when he woke up. I know this makes me sound horrible, but part of me's just so relieved that nothing followed me home. I mean, to be fair, I told him not to piss on the graves.
I've had a few experiences at the various hospitals I've worked at, but they don't really scare me, just kind of catch me off guard. I've never worked the night shift before, but one time the company suggested we stay the night in the building because there was a hurricane in the city. A lot of people decided to risk it and go home, while I decided to stay because I had to cross a river to get home. So it was maybe around 10 p.m. I was waiting for the elevator so I could go downstairs to find something to eat. I see the elevator door open and a man walked in. Then I walked in. The elevator was empty. About 2 years before, a coworker had taken his own life in the building. I think it may have been his wandering soul. The next one also intrigues me more than frightens me. About 3 years later, I had a new job, working the afternoon shift. I would get off around 11 p.m. As I was walking to the bus stop, I looked up and saw a huge white ball. I thought to myself, what a bright moon we have today. Then I looked elsewhere in the sky and saw the moon. What? Didn't I just see the moon? So I looked back at the first moon, and it flew away at the speed of light. I wasn't the only person to have seen this. A couple of nurses said they could see it from the hospital. True story. My grandparents lived on a large farm with a sprawling farmhouse, originally built in the early 1900s. During the holidays, we'd have big family gatherings with relatives coming from all over, and one night the adults decided to go out, leaving my grandmother to watch the grandkids. This was in the mid-1980s. Once everyone was in bed, my grandmother settled into a recliner in the living room to watch TV. Not long after, she felt the distinct sensation that someone was watching her. She glanced towards the staircase and froze. Standing at the bottom of the stairs was a figure, a shadowy presence cloaked in a hood. At first, she thought that it was one of the parents, maybe heading upstairs to check on the kids. Without much thought, she said, "Don't worry, I'll go up and check on them." She stood, but when she looked again, the figure was gone. A chill ran through her, but she pushed it aside to make her way upstairs, deciding to check on everyone just in case. Room by room, she quietly looked in on the kids. When she reached my cousin's room, who was barely 18 months old, her heart sank. Through the dim glow of a nightlight, she could see my cousin struggling to breathe, pale, wheezing, and gasping intermittently. She had severe asthma and was in the throes of a dangerous attack. Panicking, my grandmother called 911, and soon my cousin was taken to the hospital, where she made a full recovery. But as my grandmother packed her up for transport, a disturbing realization hit her. There had been no one else in the house, no family members, no parents checking in, only her and the hooded figure. If the figure hadn't appeared, my cousin would have likely died that night. From that moment on, we came to call the apparition the Gray Lady. Although I was terrified of seeing her myself, I grew to believe that she was a protective spirit. Years later, we did some research on the history of the farmhouse. We discovered that a young girl had once died in a terrible accident. She'd caught her flannel nightgown on fire while holding an oil lantern. Panicking, she'd run down the stairs, the flames worsening with each step. We came to believe that the figure was the girl's mother, who might still come back, watching over the house and its children. There were other strange occurrences over the years, but this remains the most vivid and haunting experience of them all. Have you ever had to watch someone mentally break? Allow me to start from the top. My Aunt Dora married a guy named Riley. She met him working tables at the casinos. Riley was considered a high roller for the casino, and he took interest in Dora. They fell in love and got married incredibly fast. The family hadn't met Riley more than a few times, but Dora seemed truly happy. She'd been swept off her feet by a nice, normal-looking man, so the family didn't push too much on the subject. She moves in with him and nobody hears from her for months. Her Facebook details trips and excursions that she and Riley were on around the world. It was a life Dora never knew. I was happy for her, and I lived vicariously through her photos. When she came to visit, I listened to her and my mom catch up on their time apart. While they're talking, Dora mentions that she enjoys being gone so much because she hates being at Riley's alone. She says that freaky stuff always happens there. Like what? My mom asks. Dora looks down at me, then back up at my mom, and she says, I've seen a ghost there. Not just once, but multiple times. Same ghost. She tells us that this ghost is in their garage. Riley has 3 cars parked in there, and she can see a woman walking behind them. When the lights get turned on, or a flashlight gets pointed in her direction, she ducks down and crawls out of sight. Dora stopped giving chase because she could never find the woman the previous times that she tried. And this is how she determined ghost. Hearing her say that all really scared me. My mom told me that ghosts weren't real, but Auntie Dora's seen one. When she left our house that night, I asked my mom about it, and the reply she gave me was unexpected, and it wasn't what she said, it was how she said it that made me take note. Her voice was hesitant. She chose the words she was going to say to me very carefully. Dora's under a lot of stress. I waited for more, but my mom's face told me that she herself was trying to make sense of it, puzzled and sad. From what I know, their relationship was not the ideal sister-sister friendship, and Riley felt like the wedge that might finally divide them. I didn't, but my mom knew Riley was abusive. Dora would lie about anything not to put him in a bad light. As a kid, though, I did notice that Dora's visits became more frequent. I really liked having her over, and I know deep down my mom enjoyed having her little sister around more, even though she would never admit it. She would swing by our house at least once a week, sometimes more, and along with her visits, she'd often have another story about the girl in the garage. In the span of maybe 2 months, Dora's opinion of the ghost woman had changed. She was no longer creeped out by her. She started believing the ghost needed something from her. Dora would try communicating with the figure, entering the garage with the lights off. Windows in the garage make it not completely dark inside. Dora told us that she sat in the dark and asked it questions. A few responses could have been associated with some bumps and tinks, but she didn't hear a vocal confirmation or see it manifest. If we are to consider those bumps to be answers, Dora said the spirit in the garage is a female who was murdered, and help. How can I help? Isn't a yes or no question, but the bumps stopped when Riley's car started rolling up the driveway. Dora didn't want Riley to know that she was trying to talk to ghosts in his garage, so she ran back into the house before the automatic garage doors started rolling up. Dora's story takes a segue that I was asked to leave the room for. When Riley came home that night, he expected Dora to be asleep. She didn't even realize how late it was until she ran back into the kitchen and saw that it was almost midnight. Riley leaves work, 8 o'clock at the latest, but recently he'd been coming home late. He'd given Dora a million excuses, including a sick cousin that had been visiting. That night he was supposed to be coming home from the children's hospital, but when Dora greets his entrance with a hug, he's surprised to say the least, and Dora can't help but notice Riley smells like liquor and another woman's perfume. He has scratches on his shoulders and chest, and his clothes are disheveled, belt unbuckled, shirt untucked. She called him out, and of course he denied it with another elaborate excuse that she was willing to believe. I think it was something like his nephew had a seizure in the hospital and started thrashing around. He was the only one strong enough to hold him down, and so he took most of the damage. The excuse was a landmine that Dora chose to avoid. A week passes, and when Dora visits us again, the stories are back to her ghost relationship, so I'm allowed to stay in the room. She's continued to try to talk to the ghost without anything discernible coming back. Then, behind the glow of dusk, a silhouette formed in the shape of a woman. More than a silhouette, though, because Dora could describe what this woman looked like. Red hair, thin face, wearing a blue blouse. She appeared standing on top of one of the cars furthest in the back. She looked at Dora, and Dora could see the shape of her iris outlined by the white in her eyes. Then she stepped off the car and disappeared into the darkness of the garage. Dora said it felt like the room froze over, and she had to go back inside the house. Dora's usually telling me these stories at the table, while my mom walks around pretending to tidy things up to not show interest, and in her words, enable Dora's distractions from the real turmoil going on in her house. In Mom's metaphor, Dora's fallen on more of Riley's landmines than she's avoided. I didn't know any of this was happening at the time. I was a child, so there wouldn't have been much I could have done regardless, but I believed Dora when she told us she fell off the couch and hit her arm on the coffee table. I did that last week playing with my Barbies. I understood where Dora was coming from. Though my bruise didn't resemble a handprint, I bought it, hook, line, and sinker. Thankfully, my mom was smarter and constantly begging Dora to leave Riley, to live with us, but she couldn't do it. As an adult, I'm remembering Dora had a lot of confidence issues, daddy issues. I know my mom and Dora's father, Huey, I think. Huey wasn't in their lives, besides stopping in to borrow money from my grandma and to kiss his daughters. Dora's next visit is in the middle of the night. I'm supposed to be asleep, but I listen through the bedroom door as she tells my mom about how she found out Riley was cheating on her. Real evidence, like a girl's underwear in his car and handcuffs. They were lying on the passenger seat of his car. She didn't even need to search. Right when he pulled into the garage that night, she got into the passenger seat of his car and asked him to drive her to the store. He wasn't able to stash it away. Dora loses it. She gets out of the car and starts crying and yelling at Riley, who's still in the car. He tries to lighten the blow by telling Dora that they're only hookers. He doesn't love them like he loves her. She spits on him through the passenger's open door, then slams it. He put the car in reverse and peeled out of the garage. Dora then grabbed her car keys and drove to our house. Dora stays the night that night, but leaves in the morning before I wake up. It felt like a dream, but I knew it wasn't. She also shows up again, trying her best to smile and have a sister night with my mom. I remember I already knew what was really going on, even though I shouldn't have, but still, I decided to give them some natural space. Then Dora stayed another night, and then sooner or later, she's living in my mom's yoga room, decorating it with her own style. Months go by. Our living situation is just fine, but out of nowhere, the cops show up to our house looking for Dora. They ask when's the last time she's seen Riley. That question brought the feelings and emotions back up to the surface, and Dora told the police all that entailed his departure. One of the police officers pulls out a photo and shows it to Dora, It's too high for me to see, but when both sisters cupped their hands over their mouths, I could only assume that it was something bad in that photo that they'd tell me about later, hopefully. I hated waiting for stuff as a kid, but I knew that it would have been in bad taste for them to call me over to gawk at some photos. What the police showed Dora and my mom were a crime scene photo, one that they'd taken at the motel in the next county over. Riley's interactions with females of the night went further than just sex. He was killing them. They had evidence of 3 that they could link to him. But this photo isn't of Riley's last victim. It's of Riley. He's deceased, naked, in a crouching position between the bed and the wall. He was shot to death. The woman Riley picked up that night hadn't lived in the area that long. It's a dangerous occupation. She didn't have a group. She didn't have a pimp. But she did have a gun hidden in her purse. She almost set that purse down when she walked in, but something about Riley's energy made her hold on to it a bit longer. Long enough for him to try and strangle her. Smart girl. Didn't reach for his hands. She reached for her purse. It was 7 a.m. We were all standing there listening to this cop talk. This is when I saw my Aunt Dora mentally break. My mother's mouth was wide open when the cop started talking. The last emotional jolt I saw Dora display was her reaction to the picture. After that, her face was stoic, flattened with expression, like she'd been bored with what the police officer had to say. When they left, Dora stayed one more night and left the next morning before me and my mom were awake. Within, I'd say, 9 days of this whole thing, Dora used all of her savings and moved to Fairbanks, Alaska. She lives in an apartment and works at a bar. I'm pretty sure my mom said she doesn't even go by Dora anymore. My aunt did the Great American Escape. Although it was for such extreme reasons, it's nice that she took that leap into a new life. Optimism.
My aunt recently passed away, and our family is pretty small, so I helped my cousin pack up her belongings. She had an extensive antique doll collection, a few of which were insanely creepy. One in particular gave me chills when I first saw it. The doll was over a foot tall when standing upright. Its face paint was so faded that it looked like war paint, and you could see the staples protruding from under its thinning red hair. It was like a 50s version of Chucky. As a lifelong horror fan, it seemed blasphemous not to keep it. I put it on my bedroom dresser and mostly forgot about it until it started moving. It was subtle at first. Its arms or legs would be sitting differently, but I assumed I was bumping it when I used the dresser. Eventually, I came home to find it on the floor. It had been sitting against the wall at the back of the dresser, and there were other things sitting between it and the edge, but nothing else was disturbed. I put it back in place only to find it on the floor again a few days later. Not long after that, I saw its head move in my peripheral vision. But then I thought I was just making myself paranoid, so I put it in my closet for the time being. After another few nights, I woke up to find it lying on the floor between the closet and the bed. I don't have any pets, and I live alone. How the hell did it get out? I didn't care about the doll anymore, about keeping it. I just wanted it out of my house. When I tried to pick it up, it felt alive. I really don't know how else to describe it. There's a difference between picking up a toy or something like a kitten, even if it doesn't move around while you're holding it. I got so freaked out that I dropped it back on the floor. It landed on its back, looking up at me, and its eyes gleamed. There was moisture in them, but only for a second. Then it stiffened, and when I picked it back up, it felt like a normal doll again. Just throwing it away wasn't good enough anymore. I wanted to put it in a box and throw it into a river, but I had to get to work. All I could do for the moment was throw it in a drawer and deal with it that afternoon. I even bought a lockbox on my lunch break. At home, I could hear the smoke alarms as I pulled into the driveway. I was hit by a cloud of smoke the moment I opened the door. The dresser was on fire, and the wall was catching as I rushed in with the extinguisher. All of my clothes were ruined, and the dresser was destroyed. The wall, floor, and ceiling, they all had to be repaired, and insurance paid for none of it due to the accident's suspicious nature. It's not like I could tell them what really happened, and I certainly don't know how to fake an electrical fire. Maybe I should have thrown a candle in there. Who knows? The doll wasn't so much as scorched, and I swear it smiled at me when I picked it up out of the ashes. I wasn't sleeping in the same house with that thing, not for another night. I threw it into the lockbox and drove over an hour to a bridge on the Ohio River, where I threw it into the water. I didn't leave until it was completely submerged. Whether it sank to the bottom or just got carried downstream, I'll never see that thing again. I'll probably never be able to watch Chucky again either, but at least it's over now. That was 3 weeks ago, and I haven't had any problems since, except for the nightmares and random whiffs of something burning, but I imagine those will take some time. I've believed in spirits, but I've never had my own experience, not until I moved into a 1930s cabin in the Santa Cruz Mountains. Lone Pico, if you're familiar with the area. It's the neighborhood where Jerry Garcia lost his finger as a child. The finger was never recovered, fun fact, but that's another story. The cabin was absolutely quaint, with a huge wraparound deck above the redwoods. Magical. We were immediately in love. The only creepy thing I noticed at first was that the laundry room or basement was only accessible by stairs outside of the house. Meaning if you needed to wash at night, you had to go out in the pitch black darkness and down the stairs. Super creepy. To brighten the basement up, I strung a long string of fairy lights around, but due to the moisture, the batteries in the box corroded and I took them out. This is important for later in this story. My boyfriend at the time worked nights, so I was alone a lot. I would work on my computer in the living room, and fairly often, out of nowhere, I'd feel a presence standing in the hallway, watching me. Nothing was ever there, but it always came from that same place. One time, I dog-sat a cute old pup. The second his owner left the house, the dog started growling at the hallway and stood in front to protect me. I sort of smirked, thinking, how strange, he senses it too. And he didn't know me at all, no reason to protect me, really. Jump to a week before the big occurrence. I felt the presence in the hallway again and decided to speak to it. I went in the hallway and was like, listen, dude, you can be here, but you can't scare me like this. It's creeping me out. If you want to show your presence, just don't scare me. A week later, Santa Cruz was hit with the worst winter storm in 30 years, and our power was out for a week. One night, the boyfriend and I decided to go into town for a few hours. Before we left, we went around and turned off all the battery-powered lights that we had turned on. It's pitch black at night with no power. I turned off my headlamp, twinkle lights around the windows, and boyfriend turned off his flashlight. Then we headed into town. Around midnight, we returned. As we pulled into the driveway, every window in our house was pulsing light. I was totally freaked out. My boyfriend assured me that we must have left a light on. As we entered the cabin, I saw that all the twinkly lights were on blinking mode. I yelled for him to turn them off. There was no way I left them on. But he brushed me off. Except then, I looked at my headlamp on the table. It was also on blinking mode. Ghosts, ghosts, I yelled to him. And just as he was about to brush me off again, he entered the bedroom where his flashlight had been. He said, and brought the flashlight out. It was also on blink mode.
I was excited for a little while, but eventually it wore off and I went to sleep. The next day, I forgot about it, and that evening I ventured down to the basement to do laundry. Remember how it's pitch black outside? As I approached the basement door, I gasped. From under the door, I saw blinking lights. I couldn't stop laughing, and I was in disbelief. I knew there were no batteries in that light box. I opened the door, and sure enough, my string lights were on blink mode, and there was no batteries in the box. All the connections still corroded with acid. The ghost did exactly what I had asked. It showed its presence in a way that didn't scare me. It was almost silly. I never felt him again in the house. My family moved into our current house in 2012 after the elderly couple who had previously lived here had died within months of each other. Aside from superstition, all I knew about them was that they had left behind a middle-aged son who had sold us the house, and they'd also left various trinkets of theirs in the house. These included bottles of holy water, some ornaments, and a spoon with a teddy bear and the name Lucia engraved on it, probably a christening gift. The house was very old-fashioned. The wallpaper had been up for decades and the built-in furniture was rotting. This led to most of the rooms needing to be redecorated and rebuilt. This included the bathroom, which was originally the toilet in one room and the bath and sink in a separate room. I should also note that when you reach the top of the stairs, the bathroom door is directly on your left. One night when I went into the bathroom and shut the door behind me, next to the door stands a towel rack, and opposite that is a mirrored bathroom cabinet above the sink. The cabinet reflected a young girl from the shoulders up. It felt like a millisecond, but I saw her long enough to see that she had wavy, light blonde hair, was tall and skinny, and wearing a maroon blazer and tie. She was facing me, but had a nonchalant facial expression. Before I could turn to look at her, having realized that she would be standing next to me, her body in the mirror seemed to tilt backwards before she faded into nothingness. My mom was really spooked when I told her what I had seen, as she described a dream, one that involved a girl who matched the same description, running playfully down the stairs through the downstairs hallway. She said that every time the girl was about to reach the kitchen, this footage in her mind would go to static and then replay on a loop. My younger brother, who would have been about 7 at the time, stated a girl would come into his room, sit at the end of his bed, and sing. However, this may have just been him going along with the discussion, but who knows? Some other freaky occurrences were that people often saw a tall man in a suit and a top hat behind the car in the rearview mirror when reversing out of our driveway. The living room would also sometimes fill with the smell of cigar smoke. It would appear hazy, despite no one smoking. My mom also once attempted a house cleaning ritual involving burning a candle and saying a chant before it burnt out. When my stepdad called her downstairs as the candle was almost burnt out, she felt her feet being pulled from beneath her, and something pushed her downstairs. By the time she reached the bottom, the candle had already burnt out. Thus, she never got to finish the ritual. We've described strange events to 3 different psychics, and without hearing any of the details, all 3 described similar stories of the previous owners having 2 children, including a daughter who had died from a neck injury from falling down the stairs when she was around 7. 2 of the psychics described the man as the girl's grandfather. He was trying to help her move on. Additionally, they all gave accounts of the girl while alive sitting inside the built-in wardrobe in my room during the night, and then going into my brother's room to talk to her brother. One said that the only way that she would leave is if we knocked out the built-in furniture in the room. I'm usually a skeptic when it comes to these kinds of things, but I don't doubt what I saw or the matching accounts of 3 different people. I should also note that since I knocked out my wardrobes about 3 years ago, there's been no additional occurrences.
When I was 12, I spent 2 months in a foster home while my mom went through rehab. Ed and Patty were a nice older couple, nothing like some of the horror stories that you would hear. I was the only child in their home at the time, and they treated me like family. The only problem was that the property was haunted. Patty warned me on the first night, but I chalked it up to her being old and kooky. However, by the end of the second week, I had become a believer. It started with wet footprints at the foot of my bed. There was a large pond on the property, but I hadn't been anywhere near it to track in water. I asked Patty about it, and she said that the spirit, this thing was a little more than a spirit, though, was just checking me out. That if I ignored it, it would ignore me. Sure enough, it stopped after 3 days. I didn't know what to make of it, but if they were gone, that was good enough for me. Ed was an avid fisherman, and he'd let me join him when I got home from school. I asked if I could swim in the pond, but he said no, because another kid almost drowned a few years before. The boy's older sister jumped in to save him, and he said something had pulled him under. Ed and Patty blamed the spirits and forbade anyone else from swimming. I wasn't even allowed to go near the water unless one of them was with me. That weekend, we spent most of Saturday fishing, but we were throwing back our catches. I walked up to the water's edge to release a small bass, and I saw a misshapen face staring up at me. It was twisted and mangled, like someone smashed the skull and moved all the pieces around. I screamed like a little girl. I thought there was an actual body in the pond, but when I looked back, it was gone. According to Ed, I wasn't the first one to see it. He called it Billy, after the zombie guy in Hocus Pocus, but Patty didn't like giving it a name. A few days later, we watched a movie before bed, and the temperature dropped like we'd walked into a freezer. Patty handed me a blanket and said it would pass soon. 5 minutes later, the temperature was back to normal. A few more uneventful days passed, and then all of the hallway doors randomly opened and closed, simultaneously, all while I was getting ready for bed. Patty came to check on me and reminded me to keep ignoring it. I asked what would happen if we didn't ignore it, and she said, "The more energy we give it, the more mischief it can make." I think she used the word mischief so that she wouldn't scare me, but I kinda wish she would have scared me, because now I was just intrigued. I'd gotten comfortable there, and it made me feel braver than I was. That night, I tried talking to the spirit, or whatever it was. Nothing answered, but there were more wet footprints on my floor the next morning. This time, they were right in front of the nightstand, like it stood over me while I slept. I didn't tell anyone about it. Instead, I kept talking to it. And that night, I woke up to a hand trailing down the side of my face. I was lying on my side, and I opened my eyes to see a pair of wet, gray feet and emaciated legs standing at my bedside. My entire body was frozen, but I didn't want to move anyway. The last thing I wanted was to see what the rest of it looked like, so I clamped my eyes shut again. Its hand left a cold, wet streak down my face, but it didn't physically hurt me. After what seemed like a long time, I heard its footsteps leave, and I got up to shut my bedroom door. I slipped on the puddle of water it left behind, but at least it was gone. That was the last time I tried to engage with it. I told Patty everything the next morning, and she let me sleep on the floor in their bedroom for a few nights. There were still the occasional, small occurrences, but nothing ever touched me again. Thank God. I don't think I could have handled it a second time.
I responded to a call with another unit in a fairly new neighborhood. The call was sketchy and vague and classified as a disturbing the peace call. Upon arrival, the other officer and I knocked on the door, which was answered by a slightly sheepish guy in his 30s. He was well-dressed with a conservative haircut. He said he was having a problem with hearing voices in his house. Our initial feeling was that this was a normal person who was not experiencing any kind of mental breakdown. So our next step was to investigate where the voices might be coming from. His house was not connected to his neighbors' houses, and there was no obvious problems with loud radios, TVs, or outside influences. The guy was very thoughtful and open to any suggestions we made for explaining the voices, but we were stumped. We asked him if he heard the voices now, and he said no. He added that the voices were not always there, and had stopped just after he called on this occasion. He said that they started soon after he moved in, and at first assumed they were from loud neighbors. After he continued to hear them at odd hours, in times when the neighbors were not home, he became worried. As he's explaining, suddenly we hear someone talking. It sounds like they're saying, "What's going on?" I look at my partner. He heard it too. We look at the guy who's staring at us, waiting for our reaction. And then he asks, "Did you hear it?" We tell him we're pretty sure we did. So we do another sweep at the house. Still, we find nothing. He admitted that he didn't think the police could help, but he had no one else to call. After we felt that we'd investigated every source that we possibly could, we had to tell him that we couldn't help. We actually felt bad because we didn't have any solution to offer him. As the other officer and I were walking back to our cars, we just looked at each other as if to say, that was spooky. A few months later, I drove through the neighborhood and noted a sold sign on his front lawn. I guess he found a solution on his own. In 2015, I sold a haunted house in the Bay Area of California. After 58 years and it affecting 3 generations with countless times of failed efforts to rid of it or cleanse it from whatever was there, I finally sold it. This all began with a Christmas gift of a spirit board gone terribly wrong in the hands of a very inexperienced 8-year-old child. That child was me. So I guess it's only fitting that I be the one that was able to sell it. We regularly had our names called out in that home, sounding like people that we knew. It wasn't just that. It was also having someone sit on our bed, something that escalated to being laid on and held down. Mirrors were a nightmare, as we always saw someone or something walking past, which would mean that whatever it was had to be at least 5 feet off the ground. It was tall, taller than we were as children, and especially taller than us as children. In our living room, anything near an antique mirror that was hanging would shatter. First we'd hear the crackle sound, and then pow. Vases, old collectibles, 60s ashtrays that are heavy and thick, and picture frame glass, all different variations of size and strength. They would all break. We heard parties happening in our backyard with lots of people talking, laughing, moving the yard furniture, and playing music. Some nights it was difficult to get any sleep, and the motion sensor lights would go on and off all night. However, if I looked outside, every sound would stop, and nothing would have been disturbed. As a teenager, I started yelling from my bed out of the window to shut up. I'm trying to sleep. And it actually worked. Over the years, the activity only increased, though. Friends complained about someone or something following them home. This was coming from people who had no idea about my little spirit board incident. These were people that knew nothing about the history of my childhood. A couple of friends had come over while we had a 1940s chalk figurine, one that levitated in a china cabinet. It was the 70s, so no pictures, but 8 witnesses. There really is just so much to unpack here, from having whatever this is follow me to wherever I've lived, and with more activity and too many experiences to print here, it started to affect my kids and then my grandkids. It followed my granddaughter and lived in the tree outside of her second-story window, and before moving out, we learned its name. I bound it to the land itself by using its name. However, it's not the only thing to come through. When I removed the antique mirror last, because I didn't want it broken, the 2 brokers that I'd sold it to were present. Behind the mirror and on the wall were the shadow of 2 people looking out. This was the last property that they'd flipped, and it sat empty for almost 2 years, which is a huge loss of money. I'd like to share more, but my internet connection keeps cutting out. So that's all for now. People always say ghosts can't kill, but I know better. It happened when I was in middle school. Our drama teacher, Mr. Whalen, died in a way that left a chill in the air long after his body was taken away. He wasn't old, not old enough for a heart attack at least, but something took him that night. Something that didn't belong in our world, I'm pretty sure. My older brother was in the school play, a small part with barely any lines, but Mr. Whalen was strict. He insisted every cast member attend every rehearsal, no matter how insignificant their role. Even those who weren't in the play, like me, were dragged along. My job was to keep out of the way, so I spent hours in the back rows of the auditorium, doing my homework by the dim light of the worn-out lamp. The auditorium itself was ancient, nearly a century old, and its age showed in the creaking floorboards and the peeling paint on the walls. It stood separate from the main school building across the street, like it was trying to distance itself from the present. The place had a reputation. Everyone knew it was haunted, but no one talked about it openly. The teachers dismissed the whispers, but we all knew better. We knew not to be caught in there alone. I hated that auditorium. The only real light was the harsh spotlight on the stage, leaving the rest of the seats swallowed in shadows. The darkness felt alive, like it was waiting for something or someone. The smell of chlorine was always in the air, strong, suffocating, especially on nights like this one, when the storm outside seemed to seep into the very bones of the building. The smell of chlorine was always strongest on rainy days. The old building had leaks, and the dampness seemed to draw out the scent, clinging to the seats like it was embedded in the very fabric. I never understood why it smelled like that. There was no pool anywhere nearby, but that was just one of the many oddities about the auditorium. Mr. Whalen seemed to be the only teacher who didn't mind spending hours in there. In fact, he seemed to revel in it. Like the creaking boards and the dim lighting were his stage just as much as the one up front. On the night it happened, the weather was awful. A storm had rolled in, drenching the city in sheets of rain and lighting up the sky with jagged bolts of lightning. Inside the auditorium, the storm sounded like a constant roar, the wind battering the walls and the rain pounding on the roof. Rehearsal had gone late, the storm delaying some of the cast from arriving on time, and the tension in the air was palpable. Mr. Whalen had been unusually agitated all evening, snapping at the students for the smallest mistakes, pacing the stage like he was looking for something. I was in my usual spot, huddled in one of the back rows with my books, trying to focus on my homework. The lamp wasn't doing much against the oppressive darkness that seemed to have swallowed the entire room, and the storm outside didn't help either. Every time lightning flashed, the auditorium was briefly illuminated, revealing the empty seats stretching out like a sea of shadows. before plunging back into the darkness. Each flash made my heart race a little faster, but I kept my head down, trying to ignore the uneasy feeling that had settled in my chest. Mr. Whalen had decided to do some work on the catwalk that night, something about adjusting the lights for the upcoming performance. The ladder leading up to it was old and rickety, but he insisted on doing it himself. I remember hearing the metallic creaks as he climbed up, the sound echoing in the emptiness of the auditorium. The rest of the cast were busy with their lines, and I was a bit too engrossed in my math problems to pay too much attention, at least at first. It wasn't until I heard the first bang that I looked up. My heart skipped a beat. The sound was loud, like something heavy had fallen, but it wasn't followed by any of the usual scolding from Mr. Whalen. The students on stage froze, their lines forgotten as they looked up toward the catwalk. Another bang followed, and this time it was accompanied by a scream, sharp and terrified. It wasn't Mr. Whalen's voice, though, but something else, someone else entirely. But we couldn't see anyone. The lights above the stage flickered, casting the entire room into a strobe-like effect. In the brief flashes of light, I did see something moving on the catwalk, a dark shape. It definitely wasn't Mr. Whalen. It moved quickly, almost too quickly to track, but every time the lights flashed, it was closer to him. I heard Mr. Whalen shout. It was a strangled cry that was abruptly cut off as the lights blinked out completely, plunging us all into total darkness. For a moment, there was nothing but the sound of the storm and the heavy, panicked breathing of the students around me. Then, there was a horrible, wet thud, like something heavy hit the stage floor, followed by silence so profound it felt like the whole building was holding its breath. When the emergency lights finally kicked on, their harsh red glow revealed the stage in all of its gruesome detail. Mr. Whalen lay sprawled on the floor, his body twisted in an unnatural angle. His eyes were wide open, frozen in an expression of pure terror. His mouth was still open in a silent scream. But what was most disturbing was the way his hands were clenched, as if he'd been trying to fight something off. The police said that it was a heart attack brought on by the fall from the catwalk. None of that made sense to us. They never found any evidence of foul play, and the case was closed within a week. But I knew better. The other kids knew better, though none of us were talking about it. Whatever was up there on the catwalk that night, it wasn't human, and it wasn't done with Mr. Whalen until it had taken everything from him. After that night, the auditorium was closed off, and it would be for the rest of my time at the school. The school claimed that it was for renovations, but the truth was that no one wanted to go in there anymore. The building stood empty, silent, just a looming presence at the edge of school grounds. Over time, the stories grew darker and more twisted, though the reality is the most twisted of all. People always say ghosts can't kill, but I beg to differ. So I, 31-year-old female, have recently started going back to the gym. I love going, but I have a problem exercising in front of other people. The reason that I've been able to return is because my best friend is the new assistant manager. She caught her boss's brother working out after closing and learned it wasn't uncommon for management to enjoy this perk. Basically, all I had to do was call ahead of time to make sure no one else was using it that night. So far, this hadn't been a problem. and I'm starting to understand why. That place is haunted. I didn't notice anything unusual the first 2 times I went, but the 3rd time got a little weird. When I was on the treadmill, the one next to me kept turning on. I cut it off the first time it happened. The 2nd time, it ran for maybe a minute and then turned itself off. Later, I was finishing my workout with the leg press machine, which was next to the treadmills. In the middle of my set, the treadmill closest to me, not the same one, turned on. And it also turned itself off roughly a minute later. The next day, I asked my friend about it. She said a few other people had mentioned it, but none of the staff has seen it happen. All the machines have been working fine. I went back to the gym that weekend, but forgot my phone in the car. I didn't realize it was missing until I was already inside, and I'd planned for a short workout, so I decided to skip the music. While I was on the squat machine, a set of footprints seemed to appear in the middle of the floor and across the room behind me. I jumped off the machine to see who it was, but nobody was there. And there's no exit on that side of the room. Even so, I knew what I heard. I went back to my car and woke my friend up to confirm no one else should be there. When I told her about the footsteps, she pulled up the surveillance on her phone and sent me a screen recording of just myself jumping at nothing. No one was there. No footsteps were heard on the audio, but they had been so clear to me. About a week later, I finally convinced myself I'd been hearing things and went back to the gym. This time, I had the music to cover my unexplained noises, but the treadmills still had a mind of their own. The machine next to me turned on and turned off several times on its own. When I walked past the exercise balls, one rolled into my path. There was no air on, and it didn't just randomly move in front of me on its own. That's a little too much coincidence for me, as if everything else was totally reasonable. Still, a private gym experience doesn't come cheap or easy, so that wasn't enough to make me quit. The last time I went, however, has me reconsidering my social awkwardness. The treadmills did their thing. I thought I heard footsteps at one point, but I really can't be sure. My music was on, and I went in there pretty paranoid. But then I got on the leg press machine, and just a few reps in, something blew into my ear. Like if a friend came up behind you and blew a quick breath into your ear to screw with you. My hair moved. It was unmistakable. I absolutely did not imagine that. I don't know the technical name for the machine with the handlebars that you pull down, but I got off the leg press and just wanted to do a quick set on that thing before leaving. About halfway through, a hand grabbed my shoulder. It was fast, but definitely real. I screamed, like really screamed. Once again, I called my friend. She was thankfully way more patient than I would have been if someone continued to wake me up for no reason. And again, she sent me security footage of myself, freaking the hell out at nothing. No one was there to grab me or blow in my ear, but it sure showed my reaction, and it showed my hair moving. I don't really know what to do. This place is clearly haunted, and each visit seems to get a little worse. Is there any way that a ghost can actually hurt me? Or am I technically safe to keep going? It was the summer. I was 24, about to cross that invisible line into 25, and life had that wide open feel. I was working a seasonal job in Gardner, Montana, just outside the north gate of Yellowstone. The town was small and sleepy, nestled between rugged mountains and that endless sky. Tourists came and went, eager to experience the wild beauty of the park, but for me, it was just where I slept, ate, and worked. I'd rented a modest cabin for the season, rustic, nothing fancy, but it had its charms. At least that's what I thought at first. I remember that night vividly. The air was thick with the smell of pine as usual, but there was a faint sulfur smell, presumably from Yellowstone's geothermal springs, a smell that you never quite got used to, a smell that wasn't usually this strong. Normally, the sound of wind pushing through the trees and creaking the cabin was comforting, natural. But something about it felt wrong that night. The wind felt heavier, and I woke up suddenly, though I couldn't remember hearing any noises that could have disturbed me. My heart was pounding in my chest, as if I'd sprinted a mile. I blinked, trying to make sense of the dim room around me. And then I saw something. At first I thought that I was still dreaming, an old woman floating above my bed. She wasn't standing. She wasn't even hovering like you might picture a ghost would. Her body was stretched horizontally, parallel to mine, suspended mid-air. My mind struggled to process what I was seeing. It wasn't possible. And yet there she was, maybe 2 feet above me, her face pale, gaunt, and framed by thin, wispy hair that floated as if she was in water. I found that I couldn't move. I couldn't speak. My body felt paralyzed, though I'm not sure if it was fear or something else keeping me still. Her eyes, they were the worst part. They were open, wide, staring directly into mine. Dark and empty, but not blind. No, she was looking at me, seeing me. I wanted to scream, to close my eyes, to wake up and shake this nightmare away, but I couldn't. Time stretched out. Seconds felt like hours. And she just floated there, silent, watching. I could hear my breath shallow and rapid. It was the only sound in the room. For a moment, I thought I saw her lips twitch, like she was going to speak, but nothing came out. I didn't want to know what she had to say. I just wanted her to leave, to disappear, but she stayed. And then, she disappeared. Slowly, she began to drift backwards. Her body receded into the far corner of the room, her form becoming more indistinct, like smoke dissolving into the air. But those eyes, those cold, dark eyes, never left mine, not until she vanished entirely. I lay there for what felt like hours, my body still frozen in place, and my mind racing, trying to rationalize what had just happened. Sleep paralysis, maybe. A waking dream. That had to be it. But deep down, I knew better. There was something else. Something I couldn't explain away so easily. The next morning, I tried to brush it off, but the memory clung to me. It was heavy and unsettling. I avoided looking at the corner of the room where she had disappeared. Something about that space felt different now, darker. I packed my things and spent the rest of the season sleeping with the light on. It didn't help. It's been over 15 years since that night, and I still think about it, constantly. I never told anyone, not really. How could I? It sounded insane. But no matter how many times I replay it in my mind, I can't shake the feeling that it wasn't a dream. That she was real, in her own way, and that she wasn't just there by accident. Gardner is a strange place, perched on the edge of something wild and ancient. The locals talk about spirits, about the land being haunted by things older than we can understand. Maybe she was one of them, drawn to me for reasons I don't know. But whatever she was, wherever she came from, she left her mark, and I'll never forget her face. I moved back into my house after having my ex legally evicted. He left the house trashed, literal piles of trash, holes in the wall, carpet beyond repair. Was working full-time and came home and cleaned for hours every night. lying in bed, no other human being in the house. I heard 5 footsteps coming down the hall. Over the course of a few weeks, I additionally heard keys dropping on the counter, and then his recliner kicked back. There was no recliner in the house. My dog and cat heard it too. The cat would hide. The dog would give one low growl. We heard this over the course of weeks, once or twice a week. It always stopped with the sound of the recliner. And then it got worse. I fully believe that people can see and hear imaginary things due to stress, being tired, whatever. But I don't believe that that's true for dogs and cats. I'm in bed. Footsteps, keys, recliner. Then, the water in the master bathroom started running. My cat flew under the bed. My dog went into full war dog mode. Every hair on her body was up. She stood on the bed, barking, growling, licking her lips. She was ready to eat whoever was in the bathroom. Then the water stopped. The house was silent. That big, thick, heavy silence. Ears straining for any sound. I stayed still, frozen, waiting for someone to come out, but no one ever did. Eventually, my dog laid down, but kept staring at the bathroom door. There was no way that I could sleep. I psyched myself up and opened the door. No one was in there. I touched the sink and it was dry. There's no part of that event that could possibly happen. No way did I imagine the sounds because my cat and dog heard it too. There's no way the sink could be dry because we heard the water running. There's just no way. There is no way. It still blows my mind. None of it should have happened. But it did. A friend of mine had a creator account on one of those fans-only websites. She already had a job, but she started getting a much larger payday every month. I said to myself, I've got way bigger assets than she does. I could easily make what she's making, and I did. I took all the pics I needed, didn't care who saw my promotions, and threw a few promo pics up on my socials. Talk about dudes coming out of the woodwork. Suddenly, all of my friends were photographers, all willing to shoot for free. They just appreciated the exposure. It would have been bad business not to accept at least a few of these offers, so I got my account poppin'. All this had me feeling like my next move was to go live, you know? I was planning on having a live session on a specific date. The night arrives, curtains up, lights, camera, action. I'm shaking my ass to some young thug, and the chat's blowing up with donations. The camera was artistically positioned with my sliding closet door in mind because it had a huge mirror on it. I'm facing away from it, typing to my followers, and one of them says, "I'm out. Whatever you got going on behind you is creepy." That was offensive to say when I'm delivering the goods, you know? So I clap back. "Well, screw off then, you limp prick." But then, more people in the chat start saying things like, "Who's in the closet? Is that guy going to join you? Someone keeps looking out." I stop what I'm doing because multiple people are blowing up the chat. I mean, if these dudes are pausing their business to warn me, I'm taking it seriously. I've seen people with literal roaches crawling through their sheets, and no one in the chat bats an eye. Yet here I am, working hard for my money, and all they're talking about is some pale face that keeps popping its head out from behind the closet. I get up, walk over to it. In the mirror's reflection, I can see the chat bubbles rolling, faster than ever. I don't know if there's a word for the mix of terrified and oddly humiliated, but that's what I was feeling. My sexy night turned into some Casper hunting nonsense. Goes without saying, nobody should have been in my closet. I slide the door open, showed the chat that nobody was inside, and then close it. Got back into bed and typed, "Can we keep going or what?" They start replying, "Do you know the history of your house? Has someone you know died recently?" Cool, this cam session was the worst confidence booster in the history of time. I'm here in front of you, God and country, and you're more interested in the history of my house? Thanks. I ended the session right there. Exit, goodbye, go watch the Discovery Channel. And I clicked out. I'd made a special room for my job. Shh, don't tell anyone, but it's not my real bedroom. It's half of a room that I filled with lava lamps and a mattress, and the other half is packed with my computers and lighting equipment. I can't keep the lava lamps on all the time. There's about 16 of them scattered around, and their cords are clustered into 3 power strips that I flip off individually. The room goes into a temporary blackout before I can reach the main light switch. It's a California King mattress, so it's a squishy crawl across the bed's memory foam, and the room is as quiet as can be. That serenity was interrupted by the squeaking wheels of my closet door, slowly opening in the dark. I freeze mid-crawl, listening to the door bump against the wall. If the lights were on, I'd be looking into a wide open closet. I live alone, and I'd already checked that closet live on camera. I'm positive it was empty. There's still 1/4 of the mattress to get across, and a couple of feet of carpet between me and that light switch. Just as I'm about to move, the hanger starts shaking, making noise. That had me Superman diving for the wall switch. I flipped it on and pow, the closet was wide open again. Everything that had been on a hanger was on the floor, along with most of the hangers. I was pissed. Living or ghost, there's no reason to be doing that kind of shit. Later that night, I tried to replay the footage from my live premiere, and all of it was completely pixelated. Way worse than a low-quality 720p. It hadn't looked like that during the stream, and nobody in the chat had mentioned any quality issues. They'd all seen whatever creepy stuff was going on behind me. After a bunch of Google searches, I couldn't find any way to fix it. Screw it. I kept updating my content regularly, but I haven't gone live since. I'm scared this will affect my numbers, but I'm more scared of more things happening in front of a live audience. As much as I'd like to pretend it's not real, I've seen the tiny chandelier swinging in circles, its glass crystals clinking and clanking against each other, hard enough to chip. I'm praying that my landlord doesn't notice that. I'm sick of feeling scared like this, though. My niece hates this place. She's only 3. The first time my sister brought her over, she started crying, following something with her eyes, like she was watching invisible birds dive bomb her or something, muttering, "I don't like pointy teeth, man." I was like, "Christine, could you take care of your kid instead of encouraging her imaginary fears? There's nothing up here." Christine was like, "Well, Anne-Marie sees something." She sure did. The kid looked absolutely paralyzed with fear. I felt so bad. Earlier that day, Christine and Anne-Marie had gone to the library and checked out a few books. One of the books was left in my house, but when I read the title to Christine later, she didn't remember ever checking it out. The receipt on her library card had no record of the book either, and all of her other books were still accounted for. Those of you wondering, it was a book about national parks, so I'm not sure it's exactly scary, but it appearing out of nowhere is. One night, I was lying on the mattress just trying to relax when I heard a soft whisper. It was too quiet to make out the words, but it sounded like it was right next to my ear. I jolted upright, and the room was empty. I thought maybe I was just freaking myself out, but then I felt something. It was cold, like an icy finger trailing down my arm. I scrambled off the bed, flicked on the light, and checked every corner. Nothing. I was starting to think I was losing it, but then Anne-Marie came back with Christine a few days later. As soon as they stepped into the room, Anne-Marie froze. Her eyes got wide, and she pointed toward the closet. "Pointy teeth man's in there," she whispered. I felt the hairs on the back of my neck actually rise this time. I told her it was just a closet, empty, and I went to open it to prove it to her. But as I reached for the handle, She screamed, a scream I'd never heard. I stopped, frozen in place, and just stared. She was backing away, staring at the closet, clutching my sister's leg, sobbing. Through her tears, she tried to say, "He doesn't want you to open it." Christine grabbed Anne-Marie, and they left in a hurry, my sister whispering apologies over her shoulder. I was left standing there, feeling completely rattled. That night, I was lying in bed when my phone buzzed with a notification. Someone had posted a comment on my account from a profile I'd never seen before. "Why'd you stop going live? We miss you. He misses you." I know it was probably a typo, but it really creeped me out to see that message. And then my phone buzzed again. Another comment. "The man says he'll see you soon." Also, probably just trying to mess with me. Either way, I haven't been back in that room since. I locked it up, put a heavy dresser in front of the door, and I don't care if it costs me followers. I'm not going back in there. I'm not sure what's in that closet, but whatever it is, it seems to want to scare me. It seems to be watching, waiting. For what? I'm not going to find out. This is a true story. My mother's mother, Isabel, was born in London in 1887, right around the time of Jack the Ripper. Her father, Henry, a British soldier, fought in the Boer Wars of Africa from 1898 to 1902, and later in World War I from 1914 until he was injured in 1921. Following the war, he moved to Bradford, Ontario, Canada, where he married. Tragically, his wife died in childbirth with my uncle Sidney, leaving Henry as a single father in need of a wife to care for his son. Meanwhile, Isabella was working as a barmaid in London, doing her best to find stability in the aftermath of the war. In 1919, she saw an ad that Henry had placed for a mail-order bride and decided a new start in Canada might be just what she needed. By then, she was 32. Considered a spinster by the day's standards, and was ready for a change. Isabel moved to Canada, married Henry, and in 1921, my mother Iris was born. Isabel went on to live in the same house in Brantford until she passed away in 1985. And that's when things started to get strange. While Isabel was in the hospital, my cousin Les was staying at her house to watch over the place. The night she passed, his dog began staring intently at an empty spot in the living room, the fur on his back bristling. Suddenly, the dog bolted for the front door, scratching to get out. As soon as Les opened the door, the dog took off, racing back to Les's home, several blocks away. It's just interesting. My grandmother never allowed animals in her home. It was as if the dog somehow knew he shouldn't be there. Then, they discovered that all the clocks in the house had stopped at the exact time that she died. In the weeks that followed, odd things began happening. Items in the house would be mysteriously rearranged, and other strange occurrences that unsettled the family. Then one day, Les was on the front porch when he noticed an elderly woman slowly making her way down the block. She moved in a strange, halting manner. She'd take a few steps, stop, stand for a while, then repeat. Les watched her, feeling an unshakable sense of unease. When she reached the house, she stopped directly in front of it, as if she were drawn there. Concerned, Les went down to check on her, offered her a seat on the porch. She seemed dazed, so he left her in one of the chairs while he went inside to fetch a glass of water. Just then, my Aunt Poppy arrived. As she walked up to the porch, she froze in shock. The woman was sitting in my grandmother's favorite chair, dressed in her favorite dress. Stunned, they called the authorities, who identified the woman as a resident of a nursing home miles away. She had Alzheimer's, and she wandered off that day, somehow finding her way to my grandmother's house. It wasn't a direct route either. yet she had still arrived, the very place that Isabel had called home. The eerie coincidence didn't end there. A few days earlier, my aunt had donated a batch of Isabel's clothing to the nursing home. The woman just happened to be wearing my grandmother's dress. After that strange encounter, the paranormal activity in the house stopped. It was as if Isabel had finally received a farewell message through this mysterious visitor. It remains one of my favorite stories about my grandmother, Isabel. And one day, I'll tell you the one about my father's mother, Vera. I used to work in construction. I was part of a crew that was assigned to enclose a building that was gutted by a fire. The building was an old train depot that housed offices and a microbrewery and several restaurants. Our job was to shore up the walls, install the second floor, relocate the elevator, beef up the foundation, and build a roof system. One day, my fellow worker named Dan and I were assigned to relocate the elevator to the center of the building and also cut out the flooring and floor joist and frame up the opening. After successfully completing that task, we were cleaning up around the area, and I dropped my tape measurer into that hole in the floor. I would have to go down into the basement to retrieve it. There were 2 ways I could go. I decided to go down the closest way and proceeded to that staircase. It was the back one, a narrow, dark staircase that ended up in a small room without a light. That room opened into a larger room with one light bulb that wasn't bright enough to light up the entire room. As I entered the room, I could see my tape measure lying on the floor. I proceeded to walk over and grab it. And that's when I saw what I thought was Dan, standing just out of the light. I couldn't see his face, just the clothes and feet. It dawned on me that the clothes were different and that he got down there really fast. I asked him how he got down there so quick as I passed him. When he didn't respond back, I turned to look at him, and he disappeared. I grabbed my tape and ran up and out of that space as quickly as I could. I knew at that point that I had just seen a ghost. I told the crew about it, and they laughed at me, started calling me the Ghostbuster, or Buster for short. That story made it to a TV station that was 100 miles away, and they interviewed me. I was also interviewed by a documentary movie director, someone that wanted to put my story into a project he was working on. Come to find out, the original owner back in the 1800s had a daughter that fell in love with a local man, one that was not of her standing. The father, not wanting his daughter to marry outside of their class, had shot the man and killed him after an argument. Thus the reason he was still there, waiting for her. I was also assigned to lock up and unlock the job site every day. I used to come in early and unlock the building and the trailer. I used to find the doors unlocked and no footprints in the snow. That place used to give me the creeps. I've never really had a scary encounter with anything paranormal, but I was friends with the ghosts at my parents' grocery store. We lived in a small town. It's pretty generous to call that tiny building a grocery store, but we loved it. My parents have since upgraded, but I'll always have a special fondness for that building. When I was 14, my parents often had me restock the shelves after closing. My dad always joked about having a ghost, but I never took him seriously. Then one day, I was on a stepladder and accidentally bumped my cart, sending it rolling just out of my reach. I jokingly said, "Hey, if there's a ghost in here, can you push that back over?" The cart had been completely still when I said that, but then it slowly inched back, gently bumping the ladder. I couldn't believe it, like that wasn't really a ghost, right? But I said thanks anyway. When it was time to move the ladder down, I left the cart where it was and asked the ghost to push it again. Just like before, it rolled to me, nice and easy. I did the same thing with the rest of the inventory and talked to the ghost while I worked. I told it my name, who my friends were, stuff that was going on at school. When I was finished restocking, I grabbed a can of raviolis and laid it on the floor. The plan was to ask the ghost questions, have it roll the can forward for yes or backwards for no. Unfortunately, it didn't move that night, but it worked a few weeks later. Maybe she was still getting to know me. She didn't answer many questions in a single night, but this was a 2-year relationship. I eventually learned that she was 12 years old, had died in a car accident right outside our store. The rest of her family survived. It happened sometime in the 70s. I once asked if she liked my family because we reminded her of her own, and she said yes. She also had a brother, so maybe I reminded her of him. I never saw her appear in physical form, but there were a few times I thought I heard her call my name. Then, when my grandmother passed away, I swear I felt her squeeze my shoulder while I was crying. When I eventually had to tell her my parents bought a bigger building, several cans went flying off the shelf. It was the only time I'd ever seen her angry. Hell, I was angry too. I asked if she could come with us, but she said no. Whether she really couldn't or just didn't want to, I'll never know. I tried going to see her in the years before I graduated, but she didn't communicate with me anymore. Once I moved away for college, I tried to put it behind me, but now it's more than 15 years later, and I still think often about her. I hope she made new friends over the years. There's a short answer for everything, and to answer this as straightforward as I can, yes, I personally believe that areas of the Nez Perce Reservation are alive with paranormal activity. Just before the pandemic, I matched with a guy named Travis who lived on the reservation. We'd been talking for months, but had only met in person once for a first date. On our second date, Travis picked me up and we went out to dinner, with the plan afterwards being to get sweet snacks and watch a movie at his house. While we were having dinner, Travis asked me if I'm religious. I'm not. I think momentarily that the conversation's going to get preachy, but he followed it up with a secondary question, asking if I believed in ghosts. That I couldn't dismiss so easily. I asked why. He tells me that I seem like a really nice girl and he doesn't want to scare me off. Travis thought it was best to lay it out there because he was going to make a few odd requests of me when we got back to his place. I hold my breath, getting ready for him to quote a 50 Shades of Grey passage, but I'm able to oddly exhale when he says, "My house has been blessed, so it's free from evil entering its walls, but outside, the land is unsafe after dark, I would say, especially for non-native people." I thought he was joking, but he didn't laugh when I uncomfortably giggled across the table. His eyebrows stayed raised as if it was most urgent that I take this information as truth. When we get to the mini-mart, he says, "I just want you to stay in the car. I'll run in and grab all the stuff." I agreed. I was wearing heels and didn't want to do too much getting in and out of the car, so I was happy to oblige to his request. Honestly, all of his upfront, matter-of-fact talking about evil spirits attacking non-native visitors definitely did make him sound crazy, but everything he did besides that little dinner speech, it had been like a modern-day Prince Charming. Travis didn't have a murder me vibe, more schizophrenic if I had to pinpoint it right there, but not because his stories and theories were so outlandish, just not fathomable for me to invest in. Like when your friend's husband got really into flat earth and he tried to explain it to you at a barbecue. I understand that you understand what you're talking about, but that's as far as my comprehension will bend. Travis was an actual gentleman, though, and I was willing to roll with it, if only to see if he was actually mental. He opens the door for me when we get to his car. The drive was equally as fun as dinner. Travis was easy to talk to, funny. I'd never been to Nez Perce Reservation before. The pavement under our tires changed when we crossed tribal lines. His warning resonated in my head a bit, though I tried not to show how nervous I was. When we got to the mini-mart, we were the only car in the parking lot. Travis locks the doors and runs inside. I'm listening to the radio, texting a friend my location, on the off chance that he does snap. I was distracting my thoughts, forcing myself not to get spooked by the darkness all around. The outside of the mini-mart had one light that worked, and the rest of the road, it was black, aside from a lamppost 100 yards south of where the cars parked. Sitting there is where the first odd occurrence happened. I'm looking down, scrolling through my phone, and I hear 3 rap-tap-taps on the driver's side window. Startled, but thinking it's only Travis needing me to pop the door because his hands are full, I lean over to grab the handle, but just as I'm about to pull, I glance up to see that no one's there. 30 seconds later, Travis walks out with his hands full. He doesn't see that I saw him exit, so he presses his body against the car, balancing the snacks to tap the window. I hear the same rap-tap-tap on the window, but I can see that his hands are full. I lean over to pop open the door out of my pure nerves. I decided that the next moment he sits down that I overreacted. It's amazing how your mind can work against you sometimes. Maybe it's protecting you. I don't know. But I chose to keep quiet about the tapping. We got to his place, which wasn't too far from the mini-mart at all. My nerves had settled a bit from the good laughs in the car on the way, but now that we were parked outside of his place, I felt this urge to run inside as quickly as possible. Then, as if he read my mind, he tells me, "We'll be inside in no time, okay? The light's gonna come on too. I got you." Sure enough, a blinding light shines on as he opens my car door. We run inside the house. Inside did feel much better. For a while, I still just ignored that feeling from earlier, the one that I'd had since we arrived on the reservation, dismissing it as nerves. It was only our second date, but it wasn't all nerves, y'all. It wasn't. After getting the official tour, we decided on setting up a pillow fort for the movie. I was in charge of setting up the snacks and making sure the fort was comfortable enough. Everything was going strong until I realized that this man had nothing to drink. I don't mean like I needed alcohol or something, but all he had was a warm tap. When the man came out of the mini-mart without drinks, I didn't even think twice. Surely he's got something at his house. He was embarrassed and we laughed it off. Oversight on his part, but he was going to make it right. He tells me to stay put, hang out with the cats, and he'll be right back with 2 Dr. Peppers. Honestly, originally I was more upset at the thought of having to leave this lovely sanctuary of pillows, sweets, and cats for whatever was out there, so this new plan was actually okay with me. And then he left, and suddenly I realized I was alone, in a place I didn't know, and all I could think about was that feeling. I guess it's the feeling of being watched, though I'd liken it more to being preyed upon. Eventually, the motion-detected lights shut off. The darker room feeds my paranoia more, so I start flipping on all the lights that he showed me earlier. Surely he'd understand. Finally, I sat down with the cats, and then I heard it. A round of rap-tap-taps on the living room window. It was too soon for Travis to be back. No way. Obviously, I was making myself crazy, so I decided to browse Netflix. We already knew what we were going to watch, but I just wanted noise. I was letting random previews play as I caught in my peripheral a shadow running across the backyard. I turn instantly, but it's just passing out of sight. It was about the height of a tall woman or average height man. Then, rap-tap-taps in the opposite direction, much louder. I couldn't even bring myself to look out that window, but someone had to be out there. If I had have kept the lights off, maybe I wouldn't be this sitting duck, but what can you do? No motion sensor light, so it wasn't Travis. But how is it that whoever was out there didn't trigger it? I was never so desperate for someone to return to their own house. Please, just get here, I kept thinking. Please. Sitting there with his cats, I realized the door isn't locked. I can't in good conscience leave this door unlocked and not lose my mind. In a split second, I decided to jump up and run to the door. I locked it, and as I ran back, I saw something in the backyard again, standing still just for a moment. But as it disappeared, it was as though it was smoke, just dissipating into nothing. Then, the loudest rap-tap-taps yet, radiating off of multiple windows in the house. I watched both cats run in multiple directions, and without any control, I let out a scream that technically I'm proud of, but I didn't know I had it in me. And then I just sorta went to the floor, started scooting backwards until I met a wall and finally a corner. Eventually, the cat stopped running around, so I assumed safety. After a few seconds, I decided to emerge from the corner that I was inhabiting because suddenly it felt silly to be there. I stood up, and I remember thinking that I couldn't believe what had just happened. I thought about everything Travis had said and decided that I needed to believe that I was going to be perfectly fine inside that house. So, I turned off all the lights again because I didn't want whatever was outside to have any sort of advantage looking in there. And then I sat where I originally sat, just waiting for Travis. There's a row of small windows along a section of the living room wall. They were high enough off the ground that they couldn't be reached by someone standing outside without a ladder. It was clear they served as a sort of skylight of sorts, just high enough to let in the light. I was staring out these small windows. It was so dark outside that the night sky was clear and full of stars, until suddenly the view was interrupted by something. The window, it was engulfed in black. I could hear that familiar but much quieter rap-tap-tap on the window. I froze the moment I saw eyes. I shot up at the sound. Once I was standing, I wasn't sure if I was ever going to be able to move again. Whatever was there was gone almost the moment I saw it. It just didn't make any sense. And then I saw headlights, thanking my lucky fucking stars that that man returned when he did. The motion-censored lights turned on, and I knew that he'd be inside any moment. I went to unlock the door just as he tried the handle, and I guess I didn't hide my current state too well because he instantly asked, "Oh shit, what happened?" He was asking if I was all right, and I was. I mean, physically, right, but what the fuck? I started from the top. He was attentive the whole time I spoke. It didn't make me feel crazy. And then it kind of clicked that, oh yeah, I bet he felt a little cracked asking me the ghost stuff, telling me all that spooky stuff. Well, I wasn't much of a believer in anything before I met Travis, not really. But I couldn't deny the entire experience. There was too much there to be a coincidence. I was less scared talking about it while having someone there with me. Whatever target was on my back seemed to subside when he came home. We for sure never watched a movie that night. I basically made Travis tell me a bunch of his stories, his own experience, but also the experiences of anyone else. He told me that the shadow and the eyes that I saw, they likely weren't anything evil. He said it was good. Particular and misunderstood, but evil, he didn't think so. He told me the story of why his house was blessed to begin with, but I'll have to save that for another time, mainly because it doesn't involve me, so I'd rather ask him before I share it here. We're still dating over 3 years later and literally live together, so stay tuned. So, if you read my previous story about the Nez Perce reservation, this is the story of Travis's home. The land Travis now owned had a strange, heavy feel to it, something that made the air thicker and the nights darker. His words. People in town always warned him about it. telling him that it was cursed ground, haunted by the spirit of a woman whose bitterness had seeped into the soil itself. Travis shrugged off the stories as folklore, but he admits that he couldn't shake the odd sensation that he felt whenever he was alone outside, especially near the spot where the old woman's house once stood. The story, as he'd heard it, was that years ago the Nez Perce tribe had leased out portions of the reservation land to local farmers. Most of the land transitioned quietly, but there was one holdout, a widow well into her 70s, who refused to leave her small house on the plot of land that she tended to her whole life. She clung to that ground with conviction, the kind that people found unsettling. They said that she would talk to the land itself, whispering to it at night, calling it her only family. Rumor had it that she was speaking to a dead husband, one whose spirit was still there, watching over her. Eventually, her refusal to leave became more problematic. The land had been promised to farmers, and with the town pushing for her relocation, the tribal leaders reluctantly arranged for her to be moved to a nursing facility where she would be cared for. As they escorted her from the property, she stood outside her home one last time. She cursed the land that she was leaving behind. She vowed that no one who touched the soil would find peace. She deemed this the area surrounding her home as well. It wasn't until she'd been settled in the nursing home that staff there learned some unsettling truth. The woman had never once spoken of any family members in her care interviews, but records later revealed that she'd had a husband, and she'd buried him herself in their backyard over 30 years prior. No one knew how or why the authorities had overlooked this detail, but it was undeniable. These remains were likely what kept pulling her to stay, to not want to leave. The strangest part was the timing. Shortly after her curse, things started happening on that land. Crops planted there would wither inexplicably. Machinery would malfunction. Even the soil itself seemed to shift, making it difficult for anything to grow. Farmers who worked the land reported strange, distorted shadows at dusk, drifting lower over the field. Some claimed that they heard a woman whispering. When Travis bought his house, people warned him not to build anything on the eastern side of the property, which is where her house had stood. He laughed it off, though. Superstitions didn't exactly scare him. He'd been raised to be practical, believe in what he could see and touch. But as he started to clear that part of the land for his garden, he uncovered a peculiar-looking stone in the dirt, etched with strange, weathered symbols. It looked old. It gave him pause, and it was something he couldn't shake. That night, Travis couldn't sleep. Shadows seemed to be looming closer in the corners of his room, or just outside, and a low hum filled the air, like a distant chant. As he drifted in and out of restless sleep, he dreamed of her, the woman from the stories, standing at the edge of his bed, staring down at him with hollow, accusing eyes. Her face was pale, expressionless, and then she was angry. Her lips moved, mouthing words that he couldn't hear. The following night, Travis heard something outside his window, a faint, faraway scratching sound. He looked out to see a dark figure, half transparent, moving slowly over the ground where he dug. The figure seemed to dissolve and reform, like smoke caught in a whirlwind. Its shape was vaguely resembling a man, and behind it, he saw her again, her face twisted with rage. Travis remembered the stories he considered old legends. In the afterlife, there's a tribunal, a gathering of spirits who review each other's souls' actions, a reckoning before any soul can move on. Some face their wrongdoings, seeking peace or redemption, but others, those who cannot bear the weight of their sins or simply refuse to leave the world behind, remain trapped, tethered to the physical world. They walk the land, unable to leave, haunting the places where their lives unraveled. Travis abandoned his gardening plans soon after, deciding instead to leave the area that sits east of the house alone. He felt that that's what the woman was telling him. That's what everyone else seemed to be telling him. Was it really so wise to press one's luck, he thought? The space remains maintained but otherwise left alone. Travis feels that there are two spirits there, and I tend to agree. A husband and a wife, both attached to that land for better or for worse, likely both vowing at one point to never leave that place. Of course, he doesn't and didn't really know, and that's why he chose to have his house blessed, understanding that if there is something evil, something unwanted there, he should take precautions. You can never be too careful when dealing with the unknown. I guess for what it's worth, I was terrified the first time I experienced something there, but ultimately, I've always felt really safe inside this home. I don't know what all goes into a blessing, but it would appear that there's nothing trying to harm anyone inside this house. I mean, there is something there. It just seems to prefer the outdoors. This is not conventional therapy by any means. However, I tend to use this platform like it is. Mothers with incarcerated lovers. My son's name is Marco Jr. We call him MJ for short. His dad, Marco Sr., has been held at the LSP for half a decade. Round trips there and back close to 6 hours. It's not easy on the gas tank, but it's important to me that MJ gets to see his dad and have him be a part of his life in any way that he can before he's released, and he's seen as a stranger when he comes home. We try to make it up there at the end of the month, typically around payday so I can fill my tank. Last weekend we had the same plan. When we got there, me and MJ were searched as procedure, but right afterwards they told us Marco's compound was on lockdown. That sucked. What a waste of gas, makeup, and effort. I wish that they had something on their website to update us with stuff like that. I was pissed, but nothing that we could do about it, so I turned around and we went back out to the car. Heading home, we were about an hour into our drive. I've been trying to keep the atmosphere light by playing his Wiggles CD, singing to every goddamn one of those songs, trying to distract MJ from sad feelings, questions that I didn't want to explain, because I really didn't know why Daddy couldn't come see us. The guard I spoke to wasn't like, oh, here's what's going on right now. I was equally in the dark, 2 peas in a pod, listening to the Wiggles. It's wild to be a parent and have to share these experiences with your child. I read a lot about adverse childhood experiences after Marco got arrested. It's called an ACEs test. I got a pretty decent score. I'm sure Marco would too. The generations of trauma pass down to the next. My goal as a parent is for MJ to check off less of those boxes, get a lower score on this thing than I did. So, we're driving, and in between songs, as one's fading out, I can hear MJ playing with paper. Trying not to divert my attention from the road for too long, I quickly looked over to see him messing around with an envelope. I ask, "Where'd you get that from?" He said a guard gave it to him. I'm like, what? When did they do this? MJ was by my side the whole time, and other than the woman I was working with, there wasn't anyone else around us. For sure not within the proximity of slipping my son a letter. Adding to the weirdness, when I ask what they looked like, MJ described someone that I for sure didn't see in there. He said this guard had broken sunglasses, like one of the lenses was missing in the frames, and the eye that he could see was all black. He actually portrayed this guard as scary looking. MJ also said that he knew his name. The guard called out to him to get his attention. He said, "Hey, MJ." When he turned around, The guard handed him the envelope and walked away. How could I have not seen this happen? If it wasn't for the physical proof he was holding in his hands, I would have just gone along with his imagination. Instead, I gently snatched the envelope out of his hands to get a closer glance at it. But when I saw the envelope had a familiar handwriting, it said, "Love, Marco." I put on my hazards and pulled off the road so I could mentally process MJ's weird story and figure out what was inside the envelope. It was, in fact, a letter from Marco. He would always write us a big front and back letter for me and MJ to read when we got home, filled with positive updates about the progress he's making with work, funny stories, and mostly how much he loves and misses us. It was also dated that day. I thought that Marco must have given the letter to a CO, asked him to deliver the message to us when he got there. It's beyond me. Regardless, I eventually ignored its creepy delivery and was just happy to see what we got. After figuring out it was a letter from Daddy, MJ wanted to still wait until we got home that night to actually read through it. So, we got back on the road, finished the last leg of the trip, full discography of the Wiggles all the way back to Yummy Yummy. Marco would call from jail a few days later, and it only piqued the creepiness of this whole letter thing to like a brand new level that neither of us could make sense of. So, they had that lockdown the day of our visit. I spoke to Marco on the phone that morning, telling him to plan on us being there close to 6. Marco wasn't involved, but he said that there was a huge fight that broke out before noon. Guards knew that it would only escalate between the two groups, so they shut the whole yard down, put everyone back in their cells. When the COs performed a count to make sure everyone was in their cells, they discovered 2 prisoners unaccounted for. That had everyone on staff running around looking for them. When Marco saw a CO named Lewis walk by his cell, he stopped him, asked Lewis the favor of giving us the letter if he saw us that day. He told him what time we were going to arrive and showed him a picture of us that he had. Marco said that he and Lewis were cool with each other, so Lewis took the letter. When I let him know that NJ got to meet him when we were there, Marco said that wasn't possible. I told him, well, somebody else gave MJ your letter then, but it was delivered and we read it right when we got home. I then told him what the letter talked about to solidify that yes, we did get it, and yes, we did read it. Marco, again, almost defensively, replies that it wasn't possible for us to have received the letter because it was delivered back to him later that next day while they were still in lockdown. Marco says that the prisoners that went missing, they didn't get too far, and Lewis had been the first officer to find their hiding spot. The inmates, they strangled and stabbed him before the other COs could come to his rescue. Marco said that Lewis was a really good guy that all the inmates liked. Everyone was shaken up about it. I'm on the other end of the phone line, obviously doing my best to console him because he sounds genuinely affected by the passing of Lewis, but in the back of my mind, I'm thinking, this is crazy. I have this letter around here somewhere. So while we're on the phone and I'm listening to him talk and reminisce about Lewis, I'm tearing apart the house looking for this letter to prove I'm not crazy. But I can't find it. Not in the house, not in the car. MJ didn't know where it went either. I did a more extensive search after I got off the phone with no better luck. Now it's been over a week, and neither MJ or I have seen that letter since, though both of us know that we had it at one point in time. So, what now? Just let it go, right? Don't dedicate my life to solving this mystery of the teleporting letter and Lewis the ghost. I'm sure obsessing over this would traumatize MJ, add to his already growing ACE score. So, just let it go, right? Right? But wow, that's a hard thing to swallow and just keep on moving like my perception of reality hasn't been glitterified. And since I can't seem to let it go, I'm sharing my story here. I don't really know why, but maybe somebody else has had an experience with a teleporting letter. In 2011, my friend's sister Mira joined an engineering college with on-campus hostels for both boys and girls. Mira was assigned a room on the second floor of the girls' hostel, Building C, with a roommate named Santa. The room was intended for 3 people, but for reasons unknown, the third bed and cupboard remained empty from the day Mira moved in. The first week went uneventfully. Classes, assignments, and exploring the new city kept them both pretty busy, but things took a strange turn in the second week when Santa started acting oddly. She began staying up all night and sleeping through the day, barely speaking even when awake. As time went on, her behavior became more unsettling, and Mira rarely saw her during daylight hours. One night, Mira was jolted awake. The lights in the room were on, and there at her desk sat Santa. Her hair hung loosely around her face, and an open book lay upside down in front of her. Something about her posture was deeply unnerving. Mira called Santa's name softly at first. Santa? There was no response. She called again, louder. Santa? Still, no reaction. By the fourth call, almost shouting, Santa finally looked up. What Mira saw made her freeze. Santa's eyes were wide open, bloodshot and unblinking. Her expression blank. She leaned forward and whispered, "Sleep." Terrified, Mira pulled the covers over herself and lay there, heart pounding, all the way till dawn. The next day, as soon as her lectures were over, Mira rushed to the warden's office to request a room change. When the warden asked her why, Mira hesitated and then mentioned how unsettling her experiences with Santa had been. She saw the warden's face go pale. "Mira," she said slowly, "no one else was ever assigned to that room with you. From day one, you were meant to be alone." Mira never saw Santa again. I'm a kindergarten teacher. I primarily use these boards under a different account with vastly different types of posts. This one, though, I thought it touched on a personal level, so I gotta remain anonymous. But right now, I'm desperate for any input from fellow educators or child therapy specialists on how to go about handling a child's unique problem. The start of the year is in full force. I have a class of 15 truly wonderful children. Let's call one of them DJ. DJ is 5. His birth parents are out of the picture. Mom's addicted and dad's deceased. Thankfully, his grandparents have stepped in to take care of him. There's no worry about abuse or fetal alcohol syndrome or other traumas. He's still too young to really understand the family situation. He calls them Oma and Opa. At the beginning of the year, the grandmother, Oma, approached me and dropped a pretty heavy bomb. Opa had lung cancer. It progressed fast, and literally the second week of September, he passed. DJ was out for a few days after that, but returned to class the following Thursday. He was somber, but his friends were able to cheer him up towards the end of the day, and I was so grateful to give Grandma a smiling kid to buckle up that afternoon. The next week was as normal as could be given the circumstances, but the next Friday, September 20th, I think, I asked the kids what their weekend plans would be. 14 children tell me they're either going to the park or soccer or the movies, and then it's DJ's turn to tell me, "Me and Oma are going monster hunting." I asked what that means. Teachers, get your thinking caps on because you're going to be tested at the end of this. How should I respond? With the confidence of this information being common knowledge, DJ explains, There's been something whistling and knocking on his window at night, but every time he opens the curtains, there's no one outside. I tell him the wind likes to whistle a tune every now and then. He says, no, it sounds like Opa. Then he tells me that he gets scared when it wakes him up. He doesn't like when Opa knocks on the window. I asked if he's told Oma. Yes, he replies. She's heard it too. And that's why they're going monster hunting that weekend. All I can say is, wow, you'll have to tell me what you caught on Monday. Like, how do you respond to that? In an attempt to get a non-child perspective on the situation, I pull Oma aside at the end of the day and ask her about the monster hunting excursion she and DJ will be going on this weekend. Oma tells me, yeah, she thinks Opa's death opened up a portal in their house and it got haunted. Apparently he died at home and she's been seeing shadow people ever since. She says, did DJ tell you about the whistling? I've heard it with my own ears. Their monster hunt was going to be a walk around the backyard with flashlights and crosses, something to put DJ's mind at ease. Today's Tuesday, October 1st, and he still periodically talks about being woken up by things going bump in the night. In his own way, he explained to me the shadow figures that hide in the top corner of his room. It sounds like their paranormal problems stayed the same or have gotten worse. I've reached out to the counselors, but where would any diagnostic procedure realistically fit? Is it a mental health disorder if the grandmother's seeing and hearing the exact same things? What therapist would fit here? This blurs the lines of my mandated reporter duty as well, but don't worry. I called CPS just to ask because I'm constantly paranoid. I waited 20 minutes to make a report, but even they didn't know what to do. They made a note on the file, but that's it. So, the question's in your hands. I'd be so grateful to hear your input. Enlighten me with your knowledge because I'm stumped like the giving tree. Thanks. A little backstory. I was staying a couple of nights with my biological dad, who I'd never visited before until semi-recently. Never seen his house, never seen him in person before, yada yada. He lives out in the Texas Hill Country, at least 2.5 hours from literally anything except trees. When we get to his house, it's creepy in that way that empty houses are. Nothing special. His wife and kids had left and he was getting ready to sell the place. I spent 2 nights on the couch, which faces the TV. The TV gives off a reflection of the back of the room, which includes the kitchen and an open bar, no doors. You can see pretty much the entire kitchen in the TV if the light's out. The first night I fell asleep almost immediately after arriving, so whatever was in that house was probably ticked off that it didn't get to do any spooky ghost stuff that night. The second was when weird stuff started happening. Just sounds, but the kind of sounds that you hear when someone's walking around doing things. Everyone else was outside. I knew that for a fact. I could see them out on the porch. No one was in the house with me. I heard splashing, like someone was using the sink. I thought that the cat might be playing in its water bowl or something. I heard footsteps, no, boot steps in the kitchen. At this point, I was like, okay, this is ghost stuff. I heard crinkling chip bags. Ghosts like potato chips, I guess. The rest of the night was whispers, breathing, distant gunfire. Not actual gunfire, just faint, barely there artillery fire. I feel like it's worth noting that I'm a really, really calm person. This stuff is creepy, but I'm tired. I just finished watching Lost Boys. It's late. I tell whatever it is to leave me alone. And then I go to sleep. The next morning, the cat is acting weird. Biological dad even mentions that she usually doesn't act this way. Examples. Keeps getting all prickly and weird and skittish at absolutely nothing. I ignore this, having slept like crap, and I sit down in front of the switched-off TV to stare into space for a while. So again, both my mom and biological dad are out on the porch talking because this is Texas. And I shit you not, I look into the reflection of the kitchen and I see a straight-up horror movie shadowy outline of a person just hanging out, walking around the kitchen like they're getting ready for their day. And I hear the tinkering of a spoon in a coffee cup. This ghost is straight up making ghost coffee. I look behind me at the kitchen and nobody's there. I look back at the reflection and there it is, still moving around casually. Suddenly it stops. I get the feeling that it's realized it's being watched. So I give a little wave into the reflection of the TV. Friendly enough. Hey, dead guy, I see you. What's up? It immediately starts making a beeline toward the couch where I'm sitting, and I get the hell out of there ASAP. But yeah, I saw a ghost make coffee once. Bakersfield locals know the Padre Hotel well. It's a landmark, a place where people go to enjoy dinner, drinks, and sometimes something else entirely. One night I was there taking photos. I didn't expect anything out of the ordinary. I live in town, so visiting the Padre for dinner felt routine. Being a wedding photographer, I'd spent a lot of time there. The building itself is elegant, with polished floors, refined decor, and a sense of old-world charm. But something about it also felt off. Couldn't quite put my finger on it at first, but the more that you're there, the more you realize something else is too. Perhaps it was the occasional flicker of the lights, or the way the temperature seemed to drop the deeper into the restaurant you went. The Padre Hotel had seen its fair share of tragedy. In the 1950s, a devastating fire swept through the upper floors, claiming the lives of several families, most of them children. The memory of that night lingers in every hallway, in every corner. The hotel staff has tried, time and time again, to erase the signs of what happened. In one particular area of the restaurant, a child's handprint, small and smudged, it keeps reappearing on the wall. They've scrubbed it, painted over it, yet no matter what they do, it always returns, like the child's trying to remind us they never left. After dinner this night, I took a casual photo of the wall with the infamous handprint. It wasn't until I got home and examined the picture that my stomach turned. There, beside the handprint, was a shadowy figure. It was faint but unmistakable, a hazy outline of a person standing right next to it, watching. And that's when the stories that I'd heard about the Padre Hotel began to surface in my mind. Paranormal investigators had flocked to this place for years. Many claimed it to be one of the most active locations they'd ever encountered. Some spoke of a man who drowned mysteriously in his bathtub. Others whispered about a man who had leapt from the hotel's roof in an act of desperation and despair. Each death left a mark, like a stain on the soul of the hotel that no amount of renovation could wash away. And the strange happenings continue to this day. Water faucets turn on by themselves, and electrical malfunctions are commonplace, especially in rooms where guests have reported feeling watched. Bartenders speak of glasses sliding across the bar before crashing to the floor, and many have seen shadow figures darting out of the corner of their eyes, only to disappear when they look directly. Ever since the photo incident, I find myself incredibly curious every time I pass the Padre. I can't help but wonder what or who is still lingering inside. I guess I agree that the hotel is alive, not just with the hustle and bustle of guests, but with the spirits of former guests, ones refusing to be forgotten. For a very short time, I lived in a haunted house, which was my family's house. I was raised by my maternal grandparents, my mom still going away to college when she had me. My grandfather built a house for my grandmother back in the 60s. He acquired many of the materials from a hospital that had burnt down. Nothing ever happened in the house until my husband and I were ready to move out after I received an inheritance from my grandparents. The house was big, 36 by 40, and had a finished basement with a bachelor. My husband and I had the first level, while my great-aunt, grandfather's sister, lived in the bachelor in the basement. Our living room was just above her bed. Because it was an open space, the dining room area was above her living room. One night, my husband and I were watching television, and we were hearing humming. We obviously thought that it was my great-aunt because the voice sounded exactly like hers. Then, not long after, I heard my name. Often, when my great-aunt had something to tell me or wanted to ask something, she would come to the basement entrance, which was below the kitchen, and I could hear her very well. I answered, nothing. My husband asked me to call her again. Nothing. Then, when I was about to sit on the couch, I hear my name a second time. I went downstairs. I knocked on her door. Nothing. I was worried. I thought maybe she had fallen down or something. Nothing. Her door was locked. She only locked her door when she left. I climbed up the stairs and decided to see out the kitchen window, the one that overviewed the driveway. And like I suspected, no cars except my husband's. Just before I was about to let him know, he said, "Hey, isn't tonight her bingo night?" We heard more humming, but not my name. When my great-aunt was back, I asked her if she sang or called me, and of course she answered no. I was out playing bingo. I left around 4. This happened between 7 and 10 p.m. No one else in the house. Nothing was malicious, but because I had never lived in a haunted place, it was enough to have my curiosity piqued. And I won't lie, I would love to have another experience as such. But if I never do, I'll surely never forget this one. This happened in a nursing home. I'm not a nurse. My girlfriend was a night shift CNA at a nursing home. My car was having trouble and broke down as I was leaving the lot. I was tired and decided to mess with it in the morning, so I put it in neutral and pushed it into a parking spot. Put it back in park, locked it up, went into the nursing home to sleep in a guest room that they had. During the night, I had to use the bathroom. I walked out into the hall. Luckily, there was a bathroom across the hall. While walking over to it, I heard someone say, "Hey," at the end of the hall. I looked over and I saw a young brunette woman, looked maybe 20 or so years old, in a blue dress, white heels, standing at the end of the hall. She looked like she was from the 50s or 60s. The material of the dress and just the way she looked. Bright red lipstick, not too much makeup, dressed sort of conservatively. I, being half awake, stared for a second and said, "Hey." She said, "What's your name?" I said, "I'm Bud. What's your name?" She said, "My name's Elizabeth." I said, "I gotta go to the bathroom. Please excuse me." She said, "All right. Live well." I said, "You too," and went into the bathroom. When I came out, looked down the hall, she wasn't there. But there were some CNAs at the end of the hall talking. I waved at them, and one of them waved back as I went back to the guest room. Then it hit me. She was a ghost or something. I went out into the back of the nursing home to smoke a cigarette. I sat there wondering about what I had seen. Was it real or was I crazy? I wasn't sure. I finally went back to bed. At 7 a.m., my girlfriend woke me up, and while we were going out to the car, she told me that a resident named Elizabeth had passed away, and that she was a very nice lady. I stopped and stared at her. She said, "What?" I said, "Not to sound weird, but are there any pictures of her when she was younger?" My girlfriend asks, "What? Why?" I said, "Is there?" She looked at me weirdly and said, "Follow me." She led me to the room that this woman had passed away in. There were a few pictures on the table, and one of them gave me chills. I picked it up and looked at it. Sure enough, it was her in the same dress. I turned to my girlfriend and said, "I saw her last night. We greeted each other in the hallway." She said, "Okay, let's go fix your car." As we walked down the hall, I explained to her that I saw her like she was in that photo, not old but young. She said, "It doesn't surprise me, honestly. I've seen and heard a lot of weird stuff while working here. It's not exactly scary, but it creeped me out for a few days. Still creeps me out. I kept asking myself, why was she trying to talk to me? That question has yet to be answered." I flip houses for a living. In my most recent project, it's haunted. It sounds horrible, I know, but when you do this for a profession, you gotta go for the best deal. And that sad reality is, nothing sells cheaper than a murder house. By the time you change its appearance, the community has moved on, and you can sell for a mint. Obviously, the market and location are important, but we're not doing a masterclass here. My most recent purchase was a 3-bedroom, 2-bath on half an acre's plot in a nice neighborhood. The inspection was favorable, so I never personally went inside until after closing. I've definitely started with much worse. Most of these upgrades will be purely cosmetic, which is pretty rare. The couple who previously owned the house had 2 girls, ages 4 and 8. The husband was leaving his wife for someone else, and she decided that he would never see the children again. Several neighbors heard their argument. It spilled into the front yard as she chased her husband to his truck, throwing picture frames as he fled. Shattered glass covered the driveway when it was over, and she went back inside without glancing at the small audience that had gathered. They'd lived in that house for 15 years, and everyone knew them well. No one expected what would happen next. It was during summer break, and the wife had a work-from-home job, so no one thought much of it when they didn't see her for a few days. Everyone assumed that she was just taking time to herself. It was 3 days later when the husband returned to find the bodies. The children were each in their beds, as if tucked in for the night, but the medical examiner ruled that they most likely died shortly after their father left. The youngest was drowned and moved to her bed, while the 8-year-old suffered multiple stab wounds that likely began while she was asleep. Afterwards, the wife put on her finest dress and jewelry. Then she took a lethal dose of her prescription medication. The whole community mourned their loss. Almost every house in the neighborhood had children who played with the 2 sisters. There's a park a few streets over where a memorial had been placed in their honor, and I see people stopping there regularly, even a year later. The story is indeed tragic. They all are. My heart goes out to the family's loved ones. But no matter how much bad juju is associated with a location, I've never experienced anything remotely paranormal or unusual. A house is a clever arrangement of wood and nails that protects us from the elements, or so I thought. Now I don't know what to believe. A lot of clothes and random effects were left behind, so my first order of business was to box up everything for donation. Once I finished with all the other rooms, I moved on to the bedrooms. That's when shit started to get crazy. In the master bedroom, I was emptying a dresser when a small ring holder fell from the shelf and hit me in the back. Only it didn't seem like it just fell. It hit me weirdly hard for a short drop. Plus, I hadn't touched that shelf or even the wall. 5 minutes later, the door slammed shut with a loud bang. I nearly jumped out of my skin. I thought someone was in the house with me, but I searched every room without finding a soul. The second kid's room was colder than the rest of the house. I packed it quickly and hurried back to the master bedroom, but it was like the cold followed me. I opened the closet and began tossing everything into boxes, but then that door slammed on my hand. Before it could stop throbbing, a set of footsteps crossed the room right behind me. I felt a light breeze as they passed, but no one was there. I suddenly felt dizzy and sick to my stomach. For a minute, I thought I was going to puke, but then everything was just normal again. I felt fine. The room wasn't cold anymore, but then there was a loud crash from the living room. The boxes I previously stacked were spilled onto the floor. As I cleaned the mess, one of the hallway doors began opening and slamming over and over. I've never loaded so much so fast into my truck. When I was finally backing out of the driveway, I saw a shadow standing in the window, watching me leave. There's nothing about this experience that I can explain. Now, I have to go back this weekend. I can't afford to hire someone for cleaning and cosmetic work, but I'm hoping to have a few friends come along. I really don't think I can go into that house alone again. A long time ago, I worked the late shift at a warehouse connected to a shopping mall. Think Sears. Only 2 of us worked there at a time, so if one of us called in sick, the guy who was there alone would be screwed until the early crew showed up later that morning. We had others get hired, but they always quit. Here would be a typical night. You're in a well-lit building, so that wasn't really the problem. It was the things that you would see. You would be doing a task, for example, sweeping, inventory, and suddenly it would get cold. I mean, to the bone cold. Then you would look around and you'd catch a glimpse of someone moving fast, but there was never anybody there once you got a good look in that direction. It almost resembled someone moving through thick fog, but just for a split second. Also, on the outer edges of the buildings were corridors to offices and the mall itself. The offices and hallway had sensors. You would see sections of the building suddenly light up, and the sound of slamming doors. Sometimes, when I'd get a chill, it would be followed by a group of women chattering. Chattering that would soon be cut off suddenly, making it that much more obvious how much it was there to begin with. Again, there's never more than 2 people working, and sometimes we're alone. In the beginning, I would frequently check things out, coming up empty-handed almost every time. I say almost because it's a warehouse, and a pigeon or 2 had been the cause of certain sounds, just not the super haunted ones. We had a radio to blast just to drown out the random noise. That thing would just shut off for no reason, and it would stay off for hours. So many people would get hired and quit the job suddenly. They would rarely say why, but we knew. Some guy said that he was freaked out because he saw feet walking where they shouldn't be, and that was it. One time, though, this woman started working there. I asked her what she thought of the spirits, and she tells me, funny that you ask, because the building had a strange presence in her opinion. She said every evening before walking in, she would meditate and create a bubble around herself for protection. Me and my coworker look at each other and kind of scoff. Though we'd experienced some stuff, I guess we were still just assholes with shit to learn. She was nice, though, so I asked her to walk towards the part of the building that always felt the most off to her, gave her the creepiest vibes. Her turn to scoff. She basically said that she would do one better. Then she started meditating, just sitting in the middle of the ground in total silence. We stood there sort of unsure what to do. She stayed sitting for a while, but quickly hopped up and told us to follow her. We stood near the back door, closest to the parking lot, an area where I frequently saw shadows or glimpses of something moving quickly. She says that the parking lot is a staging area. Still, I never quite figured out if that was an official term or what it meant, but it stuck with me. She said that there were a lot of spirits there. They were looking for the light to move on to the next, but some didn't want to go. She adds that while meditating before work, she'd sometimes point to where the light was, and some spirits followed. She said if we were really bothered by the activity, we could ask the spirits to leave, saying it would just take some extra time and effort. So we basically just let her do that while we stood around. That girl ended up quitting because she got a better job, but for a few months we never heard or saw anything at night. For a while there, I just didn't even worry about it, went about my business. Then, a few months later, I was closing up, locking the doors just opposite of the one facing the parking lot, when I caught a glimpse of someone moving to the left. Then, I saw one of the very back sensor lights turn on. Sure enough, the sounds and sights returned, and it went back to the same routine. It was crazy stuff. Left the job probably a year and a half into it. This was over 10 years ago. But it still manages to be one of the more interesting, if not kind of scary, experiences I've had while on the job. I'm sure everyone says this, but I want to preface my story by saying that I try to be as rational and as logical as I can be in everything that I do. I wouldn't attribute something to the paranormal if I thought there would be a rational explanation. That being said, I've always had a fascination with the paranormal. Here are some of my, what I believe to be, paranormal experiences. The first was when I was about 10 years old. My family and I went to stay with my dad's sister and her family for Easter. Before my aunt and uncle split up, they lived in a very large, very old, almost mansion-like house. I loved this house, even though it often made me feel uneasy. One night when my extended family were in the kitchen playing board games, I opted to stay in the living room and watch TV. My family are all quite a bit older than me, and I often got bored sitting around with all the adults. I was channel hopping and generally zoning out when a noise startled me. The handle to the living room door was rattling. I quickly turned and the rattling stopped. I went to the door and opened it, expecting to see one of my brothers tearing down the corridor to the kitchen, but there was nobody there. The corridor was dark, lit only by the light that leaked out from around the kitchen door. I returned to the couch, a little perturbed but otherwise okay. A few minutes later, the rattling started again, this time more urgently. I quickly got up and sprinted to the door. For a moment, the rattling stopped. Then, to my horror, the handle began to turn, slowly but surely. I don't know how I found the courage to do so, but I ripped open the door while the handle was still turning, ready to scream at whoever was teasing me. The corridor was empty. I've considered several explanations, from the wind to a mini earthquake, but nothing explains how the handle started turning, as if someone was on the other side. My next experience, it took place in my family's home. I was about 15 and going through a phase of staying up late every night. Before my dad died, he ran several brass bands in the local area and often came home late at night. He'd always wind down with some TV before going to bed, but he'd always forget to put the headphones in. This night was no different. I was sitting reading on my bed, and I started to hear the muffled sound of the TV beneath my feet. I don't know if I was in a bad mood or something, but it made me really mad that night. I threw my book down, stormed down the stairs, flung open the living room door, and pitch black. The room was pitch black and dead silent. My heart started pounding. Had I imagined it? But I hadn't. As I shut the door and started to walk back up the stairs, the sound started up again. It sounded like a conversation, but no matter how hard I strained to hear what was being said, the voices remained distorted. I didn't sleep a wink that night. This last experience, it also occurred in my house. I was about 17 and settling in for bed at about 3 a.m. I was lying in bed, about to sleep, when I realized I needed to go to the bathroom. Absolute pain, but I dragged myself up nonetheless. As I go to open my door, I'm hit by a sudden sense of dread. Something's telling me not to go out into the landing. As I try to steady my breathing, I hear something outside my door. A slow, steady step going up the stairs. The stairs in my house are ridiculously creaky, and it's impossible to go up them without making a sound. I was also the only one in the house that night, so to hear the footsteps coming up the stairs was utterly terrifying. I shouted to whatever was outside, hoping to scare it off. The footsteps stopped abruptly, and it took me several minutes to muster up the courage to open the door. The landing was empty. I quickly went from room to room, looking for any evidence of someone having been in the house, but everything was undisturbed, and the windows were all shut. I didn't sleep a wink that night either. So, there you have it. Some very spooky, unexplained incidents that may or may not be paranormal. I'm sure a lot of kids, or at least some kids, found their grandparents' house a little creepy. Am I reaching? I could be, but I'll tell you about my grandparents' house and my experience there, which involved my sister, my cousins. So that makes at least 3 people I know, myself and them, who share my feelings about a creepy grandparents' house. First things first, my grandparents, Nonnie and Poppy, were very old. Their home was very old. They were lovely, even throughout their passing, which was less than a month apart from one another. Rest in peace to both of them. So they were very loved. Their home was a source of a lot of great family memories, but it was haunted. And because it was haunted, or because something within that home was charged, as Aunt Peg used to say, it houses some other memories too. My parents would often drop us off with them for a weekend or two throughout the year, and in the summertime, me, my sister, and my cousins would stay for a couple of weeks. The first time I ever experienced something, and every time since, was while staying in our mom's old room. It was in the back right corner of their Rambler-style home, Aunt Peg's old room across the hall. I was young, but I know my sister and I were both in school, so couldn't have been younger than 7 at the time. It was just the 2 of us this time, and I'd been having trouble falling asleep, while my sister seemed to pass out instantly. Mom's room now had the old TV from the living room in it, as our parents bought them a new fancy one for Christmas. I'd always liked falling asleep with the TV on at home, so here it was no different, a welcome change. I was familiar enough with the TV that I knew I didn't have a remote for it. I was stuck changing the channels from the knob, same with turning it on or off. I'd picked a channel which connected to the VHS. Since Lion King was already in there, I remember just letting it play. I hadn't fallen asleep, not even close, but I was back in my bunk when I heard the TV shut off. Not only was it the obvious sound of something playing and the familiar buzz of the TV ceasing completely, but the glow from the TV was gone. Had it not been for the hallway light, I would have been in total darkness. It wasn't the TV turning off that scared me, not really. But as I laid there trying to figure out if I was going to turn it back on, something caught my attention. The light from the hallway quickly cut out, as if someone had penetrated the doorway just for a moment. By the time I focused on the doorway, there was nothing there. Sitting up, though, I investigated further by looking around the whole room. I had the top bunk in this sleeping arrangement while my sister slept in the bottom. As I started to look around the room, I thought I saw nothing of real concern. And then I got to the TV. It was still off, housing the reflection of the entire room, but something wasn't right. I could see on the TV that everything was where it should be, everything except for the shadow being standing underneath my bed. I didn't realize how afraid I should be, so I took my gaze away to pop my head down and look at my sister's bed. She was sleeping soundly, and there was no shadow. Still, looking back up at the TV, there it was, a shadow that didn't belong. I decided I didn't need the TV, and I tried to ignore it, turning towards the wall and closing my eyes in an attempt to fall asleep. Only moments later, I hear the sound of the TV being turned on. It's startling, and I jolt up to confirm it's been turned on. It wasn't on a channel, though. It was just a fuzzy static screen, but the static was getting louder. I was going to have to leave my bed and handle the TV, but I felt so frozen. Almost sure I wouldn't be able to do it, but I had to. The sound was going to wake up the whole house. I jumped down the ladder, feet hit the floor, and the TV turned off. I look up at the TV, and there's a shadow just behind my right shoulder. I can't hear anything or feel anything, but the image alone makes me want to scream. I consider swinging around, punching and kicking, but what if this time it was my sister? Instead, I spun around, fully expecting the shadow to not be there, just like last time. Only this time, it was there. An endless black mass, about as tall as me. No eyes, no face, no distinguishable features at all. Before I could even scream, it suddenly passed through me, leaving my chest with an intense, cold pain. It felt like my torso was experiencing brain freeze. It hurt, but only for a moment. As much as I wanted to turn on the lights, the ladder was closer. I jumped up, dove under the covers. I had no idea what had just shot through my body, but I felt like I couldn't breathe. I don't think I got more than a couple of hours of sleep. It was this odd in and out of sleep, and it kept me exhausted, like when I had the flu. I remember the next morning being afraid to tell anyone about what I had seen. I kept the image to myself, and intentionally slept in the living room that night after my grandparents retreated to bed. I almost felt sorry for leaving my sister in the room, but she didn't really seem to have been bothered the same way I was bothered, so I reasoned with myself that it was okay. Suddenly, I heard screaming. It was coming from my mom's old room, and it was my sister. I wasn't the first one awoken by her screams. I saw Nani walking toward the room. She didn't even see me on the couch. I contemplated just staying where I was. Somehow I knew it was going to be the figure on the TV. My sister was crying, screaming. Then she started calling for me to come help her. I was forced to move, and I ran into the room. My sister was sitting outside of her bed, on the floor, full of tears, crying about a shadow that woke her up by touching her face. She said that she called for me. I don't even think that Nani knew what my sister was talking about. She continued to try to console her into a less amped up state. Once my sister calmed down, I started to crawl into the top bunk, took my position there. Clearly, I couldn't just leave her again. And that was that. An event my little sister barely remembers, but I remember it super clearly. The next time I encountered this figure was in the same room, less than a year later, as it would have been the summer versus the holidays. Our cousins were there, staying in Aunt Peg's old room. Since my cousin Shelby and I are around the same age, we made our younger siblings sleep together in Aunt Peg's room, while we took over Mom's old room with the TV. Most of the night we were playing card games and any board games that we could find for 2 players. But eventually, we'd have to go to sleep. And I hadn't forgotten about the last time I was there. But somehow, I felt more brave or maybe safe with Shelby being there. Only thing was, Shelby wanted the top bunk, which would put me on the bottom. I didn't want to seem like a wuss, so I agreed. I almost made it a full night without getting scared. I kept telling myself that I wouldn't experience the same thing twice, because it was probably a nightmare. Technically, I didn't experience the same thing. But I saw the shadow. I don't know what woke me up exactly, but I suspect it was the TV turning off. Or I suspect it was something similar that happened to my sister. I was suddenly awakened, and I could see a dark shadow, and a piece of its shadowy self reaching towards my face, but I didn't feel like screaming. I just felt like being perfectly still, but I must have made some sort of noise as I heard Shelby whisper my name from the top bunk. Remembering the last time, how I'd said nothing, how I'd turned to face it. I didn't want the same thing to happen to me, but I didn't know how to prevent it. So I just called back up to her, and it felt good to use my voice, but it felt bad that this shadow was still above me. It's like I couldn't even focus on what else she was saying, because this all-consuming energy, it was over me, and I was freezing. Without moving, I watched as Shelby jumped down the ladder in a familiar routine, but she ran for the light. The shadow either disappeared just before or just as she switched the light on. But Shelby had seen it. She basically had my exact experience from the first, except she was smart enough to just run away from the shadow instead of facing it. With the lights on, Shelby came running back towards my bunk. She was almost crying as she tried to tell me what she'd seen. I asked her before she could even get the words out, "Did you see the shadow?" Her eyes widened. She shook her head. Even though I'd been really scared, I felt like I needed to help Shelby because she seemed more scared. I told her it was okay. We decided to sleep on the floor of Aunt Peg's old room. The next morning, I didn't plan on saying anything, but Shelby was adamant, grilling Nani and Poppy the next morning. As she recounted her experience, I could see my little sister start to remember her own experience, but I watched it leave her face too. I backed Shelby up by saying that I'd seen the shadow. I told them all I'd seen it twice. Poppy laughed, which he did that a lot, saying that us kids sure had an imagination on us. Shelby squealed in frustration, stamped her feet, and declared that she wouldn't be staying in that room anymore. The rest of the week, the kids piled in one room, and oddly enough, no more shadows. These types of events would repeat themselves through the years, but as I got older, the shadow became less visible. So much so to the point where it was easy to dismiss it as a trick of the light, though truthfully, I never believed it to be a trick of the light. Instead, I was just happy that it was fleeting and short-lived. The reality is, when you experience something like this, I don't think it's as easy to dismiss anything anymore, and you're just destined to be a believer. Though I haven't seen the shadow since I was a child, the fact that it was there never left me. I'll try to convince my cousin to share her own experiences with the shadow, but even as adults, Shelby really doesn't like talking about it. I'm a real estate agent, female, 42. I've been selling houses for over 6 years. Working in the industry long enough, it was only a matter of time that I'd come across one of those hard-to-sell houses. The previous realtor that had this house sold its listing at an auction the agency had at the end of every month. It was on the table for cheap. I thought I was going to be able to turn an easy profit depending on how well I worked the sale. The next afternoon, me and my husband went to check out the property in person. I always brought my husband Sean to inspect new properties. We've had to toss out a lot of squatters, especially when the seasons change. We regularly check the vacant properties just to make sure no funny business is going on before we sell the house. When I get a new property, I like to introduce myself to the neighbors. I give them my agency number and tell them to call me if they see anybody entering the premises. A house that sells well for us also increases the property value of the homes around it. 100% of the time, the spiel always made the homeowner feel proud of the home that they have and happy to help enrich its potential growth. And in the future, if they ever planned on selling their home, they'd already have our number. It's a win for them and a win-win for us. But when we pulled into the creepy little stretch of neighborhood, the pictures that were shown at auction had to have been shot at a precise, perfect angle on the best day of summer. because what we pulled up to looked nothing like the picture. It felt like the house was frowning when we arrived. I worried, even if I picked the litter out of the trees and slapped a fresh coat of paint on the dump. Is the house too old to realistically compete with the younger, less ran-through houses around? New families weren't looking to move into dumps back in 2003, a little over 2 decades ago. It wasn't like it was today. If you're 30 or under, take a second to look around you right now. It's a dump, isn't it? It's not your fault. Nowadays, the house that I'm talking about is selling for close to $1 million. It didn't used to be like that. Growth by proxy. The town around it grew into a city, turning that dump into a highly sought-after suburban home just outside the metropolitan area. But this is in the past. I'm in 1999 having an anxiety attack about the state of despair as Creed jams their final notes of With Arms Wide Open and Sean plays air drums. Only when the song ends were we allowed to exit the vehicle. And that's when I was able to really see the seemingly overwhelming goal I'd set for myself. After a quick walk around the outside of the house, we walked across the street to meet the neighbors and do our little spiel. That house looked equal to, if not worse, than the house we were selling. I had no clue what I was going to say if they answered the door. We were halfway up the broken driveway when the front door swings open, and we saw an old woman holding a gun bigger than herself. She yelled at us to read the sign. With our hands held up, Sean and I look around for a sign that we must have missed. The woman shouts, "It says no soliciting or die." I tell her we're not solicitors and go into my spiel. The woman would meet us out at her fence and apologize for threatening us with her rifle. She ended up telling us that she had seen people in the home, lights on at nighttime. Sometimes it looked like there were fires inside, but she never saw anyone leave. In addition to this, she's also seen a cloaked figure running around on the roof. We thanked her for her time, and Sean popped the trunk of the car to retrieve our squatter repellent bag. There was a brick walkway that led to the front door. I put the key in, but the door just opened because it was already unlocked. That's never a good sign when entering a new property, and it didn't help that the neighbor had us thinking this place was going to be a hellhole upon entering. Sean pulled me back and took the lead inside with our repellent tightly in hand. We were astonished to see that the house looked clean and fully furnished. All of the furniture and appliances were covered in dust. If the outside looked half as put together as the inside, I might have felt a little more ambitious, but I still couldn't get over that the previous owners managed to maintain the interior so well, but let their immediate outside stay in such shambles. Sean and I walk from room to room at a level 10 of intensity and find the house to be empty. In the process, we were able to fully see how well this home had been preserved. It looked like the family could have walked right through the doors at any moment, but apparently they hadn't done that in quite some time. It was eerie. I didn't know the history past the bank's proprietor purchase, but from the photos still hanging on the walls, it looked like a family had lived there. Mother, father, and a daughter. On the ground in the daughter's room, there was an open coloring book with crayons still laying next to it. The page was unfinished, never being returned to. What would have made the family just stand up and go like that? It's boggled my mind ever since, trying to fathom the possibilities. The living room was spacious with a fireplace. That's where Sean and I were standing together compiling a list of things that needed to be done, and we heard a voice ask, "Is anyone there?" Sean, still holding the repellent, says, "Hello?" The voice again asks, "Is anyone there?" Then he adds that he's stuck, but stops replying after that. Sean and I are looking up and down for where this voice could possibly be coming from. We both notice the page has changed in the coloring book, but we don't comment on that until we're gone. After another full ring around the house, we meet back in the living room, and Sean points to the chimney, suggesting that we check there for one last effort. Sean gets on his back with a broom and shimmies it up. Soot plumes down, then a shoe, and then a leg bone. The sight was absolutely horrific. I never seen anything like that in real life, and yet I knew exactly what had just fallen onto Sean's face. The bone was heavy enough to split open his forehead when it hit him. It was terrifying when he started screaming because it echoed up the chimney chute. I took him to the hospital, and we reported it to the authorities. Not only did they have to break apart the chimney to retrieve the remains, the firefighters let the chimney fall completely forward through the roof, damaging the structure and making it unlivable. It was a wash. And no pun intended, but with it, all my hopes came crumbling down. It was ridiculous and scary, a scary that you don't really think about until you rethink about it. I don't know if Sean saw this. Could never really bring myself to ask him. But before the whole skeleton thing, I saw 2 red eyes glowing in the bathroom. I thought it was an electrical plug, but when we went in and flipped on the lights, nothing resembled what I saw in the hallway. There was a pretty cool rotary phone on the wall that I was going to take, but when Sean started bleeding all over the carpet, we had to leave fast. So, the next time you're in the market to purchase a home, you should ask your real estate agent if they've ever had to sell a haunted house. If they like you, you'll surely get at least one good story. This was mine free of charge, or better yet, first ones on the house. It was almost midnight in the master bedroom of our beautiful home in Maui, Hawaii. My wife and I were settling into bed, and there was a soft light in the room. All of a sudden, we hear the very distinct sound of a child's footsteps running down the hall towards our bedroom. It caught both of our attention immediately. The sound came to an end right on the other side of our closed bedroom door. We both looked at the closed door in silence, only to see the door handle, which was a lever style and not a normal round doorknob, slowly turned down as the door began to open. It was clear as could be. We both watched in suspense, which quickly turned to fear as the door pushed in and all the way open to reveal no one. Now the fear turned to horror as the child's loud footsteps began walking again, and this time they were clearly coming toward the bed. There was a slight pause, and then something happened that my logical, non-superstitious mind will never be able to really explain. There was suddenly the weight of a young child climbing on our bed, and although completely invisible, this energy moved to the middle between the two of us and settled in. The indentation on the blankets and mattress were as clear as could be, and yet there was no one there. We turned to each other in absolute horror, as we both knew we were seeing the same thing. How could this be? Who was this, and why were they in our bed? After a few minutes, this entity, which we both agreed felt like a small male child, disappeared as fast as he appeared. We laid there for a long, sleepless night, and the next day, through many calls and inquiries, we found out why this and many other things, some even more terrifying, had been happening to us. We learned that the man that built our house did so as a dream home to his wife and young family. He had a 3-year-old son who, shortly after the house was completed, died in the home. He tragically drowned in the bathroom, off the hallway right outside of our bedroom. A bathroom, by the way, where the bathtub had mysteriously filled and then overflowed with water and flooded the house on numerous occasions, even when no one was home. But that's another story, if you're interested. We realized that his son was still present in our house and had been for the 2 years that we lived there. The day we learned this full story, we left all of our belongings except a suitcase of clothes and left Hawaii, moving to Oregon on the U.S. mainland. We sold the house furnished as is and never stepped foot in it again. That was the scariest thing I've ever seen in our bedroom. Luckily, never had to see it again. I was posted in a primary health care center with a fellow senior doctor. It was our night shift, and he had started to tell me stories of the time when he was doing autopsies in the same hospital. He was shifted to primary health care because he couldn't deal with the trauma that came later. He said that not all autopsies led to hauntings, but it was people who had killed themselves or cases of assault where the death was unnatural. It were these cases that led to some of the most disturbing paranormal activities. One such case he narrated that night was of a woman, mid-20s. She was first assaulted and strangled, and later her body was thrown in the well by her in-laws. Such incidents are common in rural areas of India. They hoped to escape the charges, but after thorough examination of her lungs by my colleague, the senior doctor, who had done her autopsy, it was obvious that she was killed first and drowned later. The in-laws of this woman tried to pay a hefty amount to him so as to escape the charges, but he refused. After that incident, he said that he often saw the woman, wet hair, bulging eyes, naked with a pale body, often sitting by his bedside, just looking at him. He said it wasn't sleep paralysis. He was shattered with fear one more time as he was combing his hair in the bathroom mirror and saw the same woman just peeking at him through the door. Only her eyes and her wet hair were visible through the mirror. It became so traumatic that he left that part of his profession completely, even though he was getting paid a lot for that job. He said he doesn't ever wish to go back. And the fact that it was the same hospital where I'm working right now, kinda creepy, not gonna lie. It was late at night, and my boyfriend and I were driving to my house. We took a shortcut through an area of town that everybody here calls the Bottoms, or River Bottoms. It's right in the middle of a huge metropolitan city in the U.S. There's no buildings, though, only fields and trees. You can't build there because it's a floodplain, not suitable for building on. There's one narrow road that goes through the middle of the Bottoms, and it just so happens to be a direct link between my boyfriend's house and mine. Late at night, it's very dark. There's no streetlights. So we were traveling rather quickly down that road when we came upon a bridge. You could only see what was visible in the headlights, road and very tall grass. It was probably 3 feet tall. We went up and over the bridge and began to descend on the other side. Suddenly, a woman appeared on the right side of the road. The headlights shined directly on her. She was standing in the grass right beside the road. It was 2:30 in the morning. The area was completely deserted. We were both stunned, silent. We sped past her. After a frightening moment, we both shouted, "Did you just see that girl?" Yes, we had both seen her. Immediately, I assumed she was the one whose car had either broken down or had been wrecked, because she had a distressed look about her. We spoke rapidly on top of each other. Should we turn back? Oh my God. Should we call 911? What should we do? Is she okay? Earlier that night, we had both had a couple of drinks. Many hours had passed, and we were both sober. But in our part of the world, the police can arrest you and take you to jail if they even smell alcohol in your breath. You could get into a huge amount of trouble, even go to prison. If we had to turn back, if we had to call the police, it was just too risky. I mean, if she was really in distress, she could call for help on her cell phone, right? Oh my God, what if her phone was dead? Physical description. She was young, between 17 to 25 years old. She had blonde hair. She was pretty, wearing a white shirt. The bottom half of her body was covered in thick, tall grass. She was sort of waving her arms, not over her head, but in front of her. Her face wore a scared expression, but she had no blood, no bruises or dirt on herself. So what in the hell was she doing standing right by the road in the middle of the night, in the middle of nowhere, by herself, looking scared and waving her arms? Instead, we called in an anonymous tip. We were both really tired, and we proceeded home and went to bed. The next morning, I felt really guilty because we didn't stop. The local police post every police activity on the website that's called into a scanner. I began to search the scanner, looking for an accident report. There was nothing. We both felt very bad and worried about the young woman. Later, my boyfriend called the police to follow up on this anonymous tip we had made the night before. They told us that they had checked it out, but there was no car, no girl, no wreck where we had specified. This only made us feel half better, because we knew what we had seen. Later, my boyfriend told our story to his friend. His friend grew up near the Bottoms. She was the one who put this all together for us. We'd seen a ghost, she told him. She recalled that 20 or so years ago, a young woman named Katie Nesbitt had been murdered in the river bottoms. It was a huge deal, so we went online and we found some old newspaper articles about the murder. There was a yearbook picture of the girl. The girl had blonde hair. Could that have really been her ghost? The most awful thing about it is that Katie and her boyfriend had been brutally stabbed to death over a car stereo. I couldn't stop thinking about it. I continued to search online and ended up finding a page for a local paranormal society. I clicked on Contact Us. I typed up our story and I felt better. At least I had reported this to somebody. I received a reply email from the man at the Paranormal Society. He told me that the Bottoms was definitely a haunted area. Many people had reported seeing strange things there over the years, and he also could recall that poor girl's murder. So, it was settled. Mystery solved. I'm not a ghost type. I've never encountered a ghost or an alien or a witch or UFO or anything like that. I do believe, though, that ghosts exist. But I would never go looking for one. All of that stuff honestly scares me to death. But I'm here to tell you that this really did happen. I wouldn't make it up. There were also 2 witnesses that saw the exact same thing. And anyone around here would tell you this. You never see anyone on the side of the road in the Bottoms, especially at night. Especially not a girl, all alone. The paranormal investigator promised to investigate our sighting, but I haven't heard from him in a while. I'll update you if I do. Three years ago, I got lost in the woods, and I've never told anyone what really happened. I didn't want people to think I was crazy, but I just can't keep it to myself. I live on the outskirts of a very large forest in Louisiana. Every weekend I would hike the same trail, but occasionally I'd also do a little exploring. There's offshoots and game trails everywhere, but my GPS always brought me home safe and sound, until I got stuck in a spot without service. My compass app was likewise useless. I had no clue which direction I came from, and I didn't even think to use it until after an hour of running in circles. I began eliminating pathways by breaking branches along the way. I thought if I could stop going in circles, I would eventually find my way back. But then it started getting dark. The prospect of spending the night in the woods was suddenly very real. And to make matters worse, it started raining. It's one thing to tough it out in a dark forest, but being soaked adds a whole new layer of misery, one I wasn't keen to endure. I kept my eyes glued to my phone. Even if I didn't find familiar territory, I expected to find a bar of service. But nope. The rain came down harder, and I could barely see when I stumbled upon an abandoned house. Well, it was more of a shack than anything. Most of it was in ruins under a collapsed roof, but the kitchen and den were just moldy with a slight breeze. It was at least better than getting soaked outside, so I cleared off a chair and settled in for the night. There was no way I was going to sleep, but I had my portable battery, so at least my phone kept a charge. For the next hour or two, I listened to whatever podcasts I had downloaded, and then the door blew open with a loud bang. The noise caused me to jump out of my seat with a startled scream, so I pushed a metal table in front of the door to keep it shut. Not long after returning to my seat, I began hearing noises inside the house too. But the storm was raging by then, so I did my best to ignore it. The place was in shambles. Of course there would be some strange sounds. It wasn't until I heard the footsteps that I started to really worry. And they were footsteps. There was no mistaking it. They were coming from one of the destroyed bedrooms, but I didn't understand how. When I looked in there, all I saw were piles of wood and debris from half the roof falling in. I stood watching as the steps grew closer, waiting to see who would appear in the doorway. They crossed the threshold a few seconds later, but there was nobody attached. It was like an invisible person was walking straight towards me. I ran towards the door, but before I could move the table, the footsteps vanished mid-stride. I stood there, frozen, waiting and listening for several minutes before returning to my seat. Desperate to stay dry, I convinced myself I'd imagined it, but that only worked for so long. Things were quiet for maybe another hour, but as soon as I let my guard down, there was a series of loud bangs in the kitchen. When I went to check, all of the remaining cabinet doors were now wide open. I'm positive they were closed when I arrived, and I hadn't gone back in there since. Again, things were quiet for a time, but my final straw happened when a cold hand clasped the back of my neck. I screamed like someone was trying to kill me, and it sent my phone flying across the room. After retrieving it, the metal table flipped over on its side, and the door was blown open yet again. Though, looking back, I'm not sure if the wind was actually to blame. That was all I could handle, though. The rain suddenly didn't seem so bad after all. I ran into the darkness with nothing but my phone's flashlight and the lightning guiding my way. I didn't know which direction I was going, but I knew it was away from whatever was in that house. I can't be sure how long I was actually running, but eventually I stopped dead in my tracks as my phone began ringing off the hook. My husband, parents, sister, everyone I ever knew had called or texted me at least 100 times since I'd gone missing. There were new alerts for a local missing woman. Turns out she was me, and all I could do was cry relief. With my GPS working again, I learned I was much farther from home than I could have guessed. It shouldn't have even been possible to walk that far. I eventually met a group of search and rescuers who took me to get checked by paramedics. I couldn't bring myself to tell anyone about the house, so I left everything out, except for how I got lost in the first place. These days, on a rare occasion, I do go for a hike. I don't leave the main trail anymore, though. Always be extra cautious when you're out on your own. Things can happen so fast. In April of 2014, I purchased my first home and did what new home buyers tend to do. I'm sure when you hear a story of growling at the foot of someone's bed, you might assume it's the dog, but there was no way that this guttural growling was coming from my 3-month-old mutt. First of all, the pup was in another room in a crate. Second, he was so darn tiny still. And there's just no doubt that this growling was mere feet away from me where I lay awake, and it wasn't small. Of course, I could have just awoken from a dream and had not yet recognized that I was sleeping. However, I laid in my bed completely still for several minutes before braving the light, and that growling never halted. When the lights went on, the growling immediately stopped. Spooked, I decided tonight was a good night as any to reconsider my policy of where the puppy sleeps at night. After I moved my pup to his new sleeping spot and comforted myself, the lights went back off. A few minutes later, I heard dog sounds coming from the foot of the bed. but not so much growling, more like a grunt of appeasement. I didn't hear that particular growling from a few nights ago, so the new rule in this house was dog sleeps in the bed. My house had had 2 previous owners, and I know that at least the most recent of them had large dogs. The house was in foreclosure, so I don't have a lot of details about the owners beyond what the neighbors have mentioned in casual conversation. That house continued to be a bit odd. The growling, sure, it stopped, but things ending up in different places. The sound of doors shutting, but nothing was actually closed. Just odd. While I've had many experiences in my life, the home I live in now, it hasn't seen so much activity. At the town, Ogden, it's well known for paranormal activity. A final thought. That puppy had always refused to go into the basement of that house. He insisted at always being by my side, but would never journey to the basement with me. I've never heard that sound again or felt that negative, impeding feeling from a spirit. I like to think it's probably because I always have my dogs with me. In a weird way, I think that they really are protectors, even from the things we can't see. We were traveling in Fiji on a tight budget and found a hostel with a price significantly lower than all the rest. We booked it immediately and got in the room. It was a bit grim, but did the job. The man on reception looked a bit surprised that we were there, but I didn't notice this to be a bad thing. The thing I did notice is that there were just no other guests in the lobby, no noise in the corridors. It was deserted. Perhaps he was just surprised to see guests at all. Fast asleep, both my boyfriend and I were suddenly woken up to the most terrible noise of a woman screaming. Really screaming, like in pain or some sort of scared to death noise. It was like it was in the walls, all around us. It lasted long enough for us to really wake up and hear it, and not to think it was a dream or just a loud noise we'd misinterpreted. Then it stopped. I was absolutely terrified. I was ready to leg it out of that door and down the road. After a little bit, I calmed down some. My boyfriend told me perhaps a gecko got into the air conditioning. There was no air conditioning, and also, that's ridiculous. But I was so tired, I told myself that must have been it, and eventually went back to sleep. The next morning felt very, very creepy, and this is in the daylight, in a beautiful, hot country, not something you associate with creepy feelings. Neither of us said anything. We just packed up our stuff and got the hell out of there, even though we paid for another night. We went to a nearby travel agent, not really sure what we were doing. The lady was lovely and booked us into a bureau a bit further out of the city. Then she asked where we'd been staying, and we told her the name of the hostel. She looked at us like she'd seen a ghost. She said there had been a terrible, terrible murder at that hostel the previous summer, and 3 women were killed. She told us everyone says it's haunted, and no one stays there. Well, it certainly explains the almost free price. This was about 15 years ago, but I keep a travel diary, and this is what I found under that date. We learned that our hostel had been the scene of a horrific murder a few years back. The night before, a horrific scream had woke me up, despite wearing earplugs. Very scary. Yesterday, I was surprised to see an old friend's name in my unread messages. His name's Austin. We knew each other from elementary school. He contacted me asking if I remembered a birthday party we'd both been in attendance for. His inquiry wasn't pertaining to the actual festivities, more so what happened adjacent to the party. And boy, did I remember. The birthday was being held at the apartment complex this kid lived in. The family had rented out the cabana for the day. The inside had air hockey, table tennis, and a few arcade games, which were all set to free play during the duration of the rental. Out the back doors was a long path that led to a lake with a dock. That's where most of the kids were playing that day. At that time in my life, I was very self-conscious about my body image. I was quite large compared to my peers, and they wouldn't hesitate to remind me any chance they got. As an adult, I'm able to understand that children are just holistically dumb. Fat jokes were the only low-hanging fruit of comedy their grubby little paws could grasp. But as a kid, it was traumatic. Needless to say, I spent the majority of my time in the cabana, pretending that I was too obsessed with getting high scores in the arcade games to bother with the water. Austin was also in the cabana that day because he had a big cast on his arm from a break he sustained a few months prior. This being the 90s, the small amount of chaperone supervision was focused primarily down by the lake, meaning Austin and I were alone in the cabana for most of the party. Personally, I preferred this, but Austin wanted to sneak away and explore the whole cabana. It was a huge building, and surely there had to be more exciting stuff compared to what was in the designated game room. I don't know what we were expecting to find that would be cooler than what was in the game room, but again, we were holistically dumb. And with no adult in sight, Austin and I opened the unlocked, staff-only door located on one of these walls. The door led into a small hallway that led to a stairwell. Austin led the way as we climbed the flight of stairs. First door we found was locked, so we walked up another flight and tried the next one. It opened. Through this door was another hallway. It was dark. Keeping the stairwell door open, we used the light to search for a light switch, but there were none on the walls. I looked up, and there weren't even light fixtures on the ceiling, almost like it was under construction. But from the stairwell glow, the rest of the visible hallway looked intact. Clean carpet, no musky odors. We could also see another door directly across the way. It was a large glass door. It looked slightly illuminated from the sunlight coming in from the room's windows. Seeing that as our next destination, we let the stairwell door close behind us, turning the hallway black again, aside from the light emanating from the glass door in front of us. It was about 20 paces from where we were, but we were both a bit spooked, standing in the dark, quiet hallway. Austin was more hesitant to take the lead this time, and we walked parallel, approaching the door. After the first few steps, I began to feel that overwhelming sense of dread, like something was waiting to grab us from the shadows. The only reason I continued walking was because I didn't want to look like a baby in front of a new potential friend. Out of nowhere, Austin says, "What?" And so I say, "What?" And he says, "Were you just whispering?" I say no, and he gives a forced laugh and says, "Oh, weird." Most likely trying not to look like a baby in front of a new potential friend. So we continue towards the glass door. The sense of dread has only grown in my stomach, and I swear I see movement in the black around us. I don't know if I actually saw the dark moving, but to this day, I haven't seen anything like what I was seeing in that hallway. It was like waves of shadows rippling around the walls. My eyes couldn't comprehend exactly what I was seeing. Then, I feel Austin's cast pressed against my chest, stopping my stride. He doesn't have to tell me why we stopped, because when I stare directly forward again at the glass door, there's now a silhouette on the other side of the glass, blocking out a portion of the door's light. It stood completely still, examining us from the other side. We froze, holding our breath in fear, until the shadow disappeared like a blink, as if it was never there. The door once again had a soft glow fully engulfing the glass and the carpet in front of the door. It was gone faster than we could react. Austin and I remained statued for a good couple of seconds before our brains told us to panic and run. When we get to the stairwell door, the handle acts as if it's locked, and Austin starts pounding on the door with his cast while we both cry out in terror. It's only after 5 or 6 desperate shakes that the door handle fully turns, and the door pops open into the stairwell with ease. At this point, we're both in tears, absolutely bawling as we run down the stairs back to the cabana game room. When we get back, there's thankfully still no one in there. and we have enough time to go to the bathroom and get cleaned up. We agree that we couldn't tell anyone because we knew that we'd get in trouble for trespassing past the staff-only door. Honestly, after that, the rest of the party was a blur. I don't even remember if I sang happy birthday to the kid before leaving. But 30 years later, and still, I remember that hallway vividly. Unfortunately, being with someone almost makes it worse, because your brain can't just forget it as a distorted child memory. There's someone else out there that shares the very same, very real memory I experienced. I've never told anyone about this, but I used to be terrified of the house that we moved into when I was 13. I'm an only child. My parents' bedroom was on the first floor, while mine was on the opposite end of the second floor. I chose it for that very reason, and regretted it by the third night. I was just going to bed when I heard footsteps coming up the stairs and down the hall. I assumed it was one of my parents and wondered what they could want so late. But the footsteps stopped just before my door. I waited for at least a couple of minutes, but they never moved or called out. So I opened the door to see what the deal was, and nobody was there. The next morning, I asked my parents which of them was creeping outside my door, but they denied ever getting out of bed. I thought my dad was messing with me, though I didn't care enough to press the issue. Spoiler alert, he wasn't. I'm not sure if it was weeks or months later before the next incident, but enough time went by that I'd written the whole thing off. Then I woke up in the middle of the night to the sound of footsteps pacing outside my door. I was terrified until, remembering it was probably just my dad, then I decided to beat him at his own game. Quietly, I crept towards the door. I pulled it open just as the steps passed by, but no one was there. It was just an empty hallway with nowhere to go. A cold breeze blew past me, and everything was dead silent. I was instantly terrified again. There was no explanation for what I heard, and I knew I hadn't dreamed it. The following morning, my parents denied any involvement. My mom joked that it was probably just a ghost. She and my dad both laughed it off, but that was the only explanation that made any sense. So I had to test the theory. That night, I took a bunch of candles into my room, and I held a makeshift seance. I only knew what I saw on TV, but I did my best to banish any lingering spirits regardless. I slept through the next several nights, but stayed up late that weekend, just to see if anything happened. The footsteps started just before 3 a.m., and it made my blood run cold. Again, they came up the stairs and began pacing outside my door. It continued for several minutes while I sat listening, frozen in terror. Finally, I worked up the courage to call out a tentative, "Hello?" Only once it was past my lips did I realize how awful it would be to hear a response. But thankfully, none were forthcoming. I tried to make myself get out of bed and open the door like the other nights, but I just couldn't. This time, my parents didn't find my story so endearing. They didn't want to hear about my mysterious footsteps anymore. And that was my last attempt for over a year. And again, at least a week passed before the next occurrence, maybe more. The footsteps were louder than usual and woke me just as before. I laid awake waiting for them to stop. But then there was a light tapping on my door, and a new level of fear coursed through me. It felt like it lasted an eternity, and even when it stopped, I couldn't fall back asleep. I'm pretty sure that's when my nightmares started as well. Sometimes I wasn't sure if something was a dream or reality, so I started leaving myself proof in various ways. Not too long after my 14th birthday, I woke to more tapping. But while I hid under my covers, the noises only got worse until the unthinkable happened. My doorknob began to turn. I could hear the metal and the slow creaking of the door opening. I couldn't not look at that point. I had to know what was coming through the door, for better or for worse. By then, I was sleeping with a flashlight under my pillow. An actual flashlight. No cell phones in those days, I'm afraid. And I sat up with it in one fast, embarrassingly spasmic motion. The door was halfway open, but no one was there. No one was ever there. I got up to close my door and put my vanity stool against it, so I would know that it hadn't been a dream. I dealt with similar incidents every few weeks for the entire time that I lived in that house. The worst incident happened when I was 16, and I woke to someone sitting on the foot of my bed. I lashed out with my feet and felt them connect with somebody's body. But once I sat up, the room was empty. After that, I started sneaking downstairs to sleep on the couch full time. If my parents woke up first, I'd pretend it was an accident. Or if I'd wake up first, I'd sneak back into my room. I tried bringing it up a couple more times over the years, but once they threatened to put me in therapy, I never mentioned it again. Life got much better after I went to college. My parents moved to a brand new house while I was away, and I never saw our old place again. But a few years ago, I worked up the nerve to ask my mom about the old house, and she very casually explained that a man had killed his wife in a jealous rage before ending his own life. All on the second floor, of course, and they just never felt comfortable going up there. I was speechless. I'm still kind of speechless. I mean, who does that? When I got upset, I was told that we simply couldn't afford to move at the time, and they felt like telling me the truth would only make my ghost dreams worse. Not gonna lie, I'm still a little bitter about it. I'm originally from Lethbridge, Canada, but I lived in Vancouver for almost 5 years. 4 years for school and an additional year just to live and work on my own. Most of my time was dedicated to school and work, which was rather uneventful in comparison to the story I'll share here. My first 3 years in Vancouver, I lived near the water in a mother-in-law style apartment. If you don't know what that is, it's basically a fully functioning apartment in the lower half of a home. Bathrooms, kitchen, living space, etc. It was an absolutely beautiful place to call a temporary home, especially for a college kid. An affordable place in a prime location. Owners who were incredibly nice people who mainly kept to themselves but also acted as very attentive landlords. But it came with its own sort of catch. About 3 months into living there, I was feeling pretty comfortable. Maybe I was too comfortable, and that's why everything started happening when it did. Either way, 3 months in, I was having these strange dreams, nightmares, paired with waking up suddenly and feeling like I wasn't alone. They would continue on and off for the better part of a year. Normally, the dreams were me standing by the back door. It was made of glass and had large, thick curtains, which I kept closed at night. But during the day, they let in a gorgeous amount of light and offered a small, peekaboo view of the neighboring Victoria Island. In my dreams, however, these curtains were open at night, and the view was nothing like I saw in my waking hours. There were no homes neighboring this one, no telephone wires crossing the skyline. The view was incredible. You could see the entire island. It was like the dreams took me back in time, one where there was just less in the way of buildings and more in the way of trees and nature. Almost magical. Except it's while enjoying this view, I realize I'm cold and wet. Doesn't seem too strange, not at first. But it changes. Not the view or my coldness, but my entire perspective. I hear the bedroom door being kicked in, but I don't turn around. Suddenly, I'm being grabbed from behind, but I manage to escape whoever's attempting to grab me. I never see their face. I never see my face. I'm frantic, and somehow, I understand that if they touch me again, I'm dead. It's the most fear I've ever felt in a dream. Still, to this day. Eventually, I make my way to a locked door, It's the door that connects the rest of the home to the mother-in-law apartment. I struggle for far too long and feel as if I'm working with two brains. One who knows this door is never unlocked, and one who thinks it should be. Someone's coming. I run from the door and back towards the bedroom where the glass door is. I catch a glimpse of the view one last time, just before I'm thrown onto the bed. Before I can see anything else or do anything else, I'm being smothered. I can feel myself struggling to breathe. I know I'm close to passing out, and then one of those brains tells me to wake up. Usually, that's when I'm thrown awake, gasping for air, and feeling like I'm not alone. Though other times, it would be a dream within a dream. I'd wake up, have the sensation I wasn't alone, but I'd call out, "Hello? Is someone there?" I get no response, but I'd feel pressure applied to my shoulder, as if someone's hand was on it. As I turned to see the hand, I'd be thrown awake, for real this time. Each time I'd wake up for real, I'd never call out to someone, despite feeling a presence. Instead, I'd literally count sheep until I'd fall asleep, not waking again until morning. These types of dreams would come multiple times a week. I started keeping a journal, only to realize it was literally the same dream. I wasn't in control of it, and nothing changed, so I eventually stopped writing about them. Up to this point, I'd never had a reoccurring dream before. Nothing like this. My dreams usually involved me trying to concentrate and getting disrupted, or dreams where, honestly, things just don't make sense. But these dreams, they sort of made sense, but they also felt really real. As time went on, I started to feel a little uneasy around the apartment. I'd spend my days just living in it as one does, but my evenings felt dreadful, and that I knew I'd be walking or running through these halls again soon. However, shortly after the dream started, so did everything else. The shower, for example. I'd taken countless showers. Nothing off had ever happened before. But suddenly, when I'd be showering at night, I'd hear yelling. Not just one or two, but continuous yelling and arguing. I could never discern what they were saying, but it was clear these were voices. I'd shut the water off and nothing. Eventually, I started playing music in the shower because I couldn't handle the sound of constant arguing. I had no idea how to drown it out without other noise. There was also the reappearing handprint on the glass door. The glass gets fogged up in that room after a shower. You have to ventilate a bit to prevent this, but usually it's so cold I don't crack a window. So eventually, after getting dressed and all of that, I'd open up the shades and crack the back door to let out some of the excess steam. And a few times, I'd see this single handprint on the window right as I did. But I don't mean it was just there. I mean it appeared as I opened the curtains. Then, yes, it would disappear with the rest of the condensation, leading me to believe, oh, that's nothing. I probably touched the window real quick without noticing. I told myself that a lot, but did I ever believe it? Not really. Finally, towards the end of my first year in the apartment, I saw a woman. I only saw her once, but I think that it was the same woman that I'd feel in my dreams, possibly the same woman whose presence I'd felt when I'd wake up. My theory has always been that something happened to her, maybe in that apartment. So yeah, my theory does lean heavily on the existence of ghosts or spirits, but I don't know how else to explain it. One night I was cooking, a little later than I normally would, but I'd forgotten to eat almost all day because of studying and not letting any real light in. Now it was dark, but I still felt like getting a view of the night sky and some fresh air. As my noodles cooked, I made my way to the glass door, opened up the curtains, and cracked the door. As I looked up at the view, the windows were highly reflective since the indoor lights were still on. In the reflection, just behind me, I saw a woman sitting on my bed. She had blonde hair and was facing the other direction. She appeared to be crying. Could I hear her? Before that thought could really go anywhere, I instinctively gasped and turned around. No one was there. Quickly facing the glass door again, she was gone. After actually seeing someone outside of a dream, I decided that I'd figure out a way to ask my landlords or the owners of the home if anyone had ever reported something similar. I think at first they thought I was trying to think of an excuse to break my lease, but after talking further, they seemed to entertain my talking, though I didn't get any real answers. The couple had bought the house just 2 years before I had moved in, though it was built back in the early 50s. Many owners since its time of fruition, and according to the couple, they'd never heard of anything strange, but furthermore, I was their first tenant. So everything continued as it was, only school got more stressful and sleep became more precious than ever. I needed to figure out some way to sleep in peace and not disrupt my living situation. Now, some people may find this next part silly, but I really don't care. It worked. Also, I challenge others to be plagued by night terrors or visions and see what genius plans they come up with. Anyway, one night while lying in bed, I was already feeling emotional about the potential loss of sleep that I could experience, so I started speaking. I don't know who I was talking to, but I like to imagine it was the woman from my dreams. I asked her, "Do you need something from me?" Obviously, I got no response, so I just kept going. I told her that I was living here now, going to school. I told her who I was, and I asked who she was, with no response. Finally, I told her that I was sorry if something happened to her. I told her that as much as I wish I could change it all, I couldn't do that, but that I thought it was time that she moved on. I told her that sometimes the dreams were a little too scary, so much so that I couldn't sleep. I told her that she didn't have to leave, but that I thought she'd be happier if she did. I didn't have any dreams that night, or the remaining 2 years I was there, at least not those kinds of dreams. The only other thing that happened was the week I was moving out of that place. I was cleaning all the windows and walls. I got to the glass doors. I opened the curtains, and without any condensation in the room at all, I briefly saw a familiar handprint both appear and disappear, almost instantly. I considered that my official goodbye from the woman I'd silently shared my space with. It's always made me wonder, what exactly makes spirits stay in certain places, and do they have a choice? I've been wanting to share my experiences while working at a nursing home several years ago. I'd been employed at that place for several years, but up until my last few weeks working there, I had never believed in anything paranormal. Even working in the nursing field in general, I'd never experienced anything I couldn't explain. The scares that I'd had up to that point were real-life ones. I always liked scary movies, sure, but I wouldn't consider myself a believer by any means. But after my work at the facility, I started to question everything a little bit. I remember the first time I felt something, it was an evening shift, a Tuesday evening. I remember that because it was my earliest shift of the week, and it would end up being a pretty eventful week. My shift had just begun, and the atmosphere was unusually heavy. It could have been the gloomy, rainy weather. It could have been the various patients that were ill. But as I walked down the dimly lit hallway, I felt the need to enter a resident's room. As I entered Miss Baker's room, I noticed a flickering light. Of course, it was casting an eerie shadow on the wall, which that was hard to ignore. But the temperature, it also seemed to have plummeted. Had Mrs. Baker noticed that as well? I heard what I thought was her faint whisper echo through the room. I couldn't make out the words, but the voice seemed desperate, maybe pleading. Perhaps Miss Baker had felt the cold. I turned to grab her some blankets and adjusted the light near her bed. I apologized for the temperature, told her I'd figure out a way to turn the heat up. But she was confused. She hadn't been cold. She felt a breeze now and then, but she was perfectly comfortable. Not entirely satisfied, I asked if she needed anything or if she'd said something I might have missed. She assured me she was fine, ready for bed, in fact. I tried to dismiss the whispers as my imagination, but that uneasy feeling managed to persist regardless. Over the next few nights, the activity, if you will, escalated. These small but strange occurrences became a nightly routine, some nights coming home to a sleepless night, and filled with stress and anxiety, even though I didn't know why. Doors at the facility seemed to creak open and shut on their own, specifically near Miss Baker's room. I didn't like the lights flickering, especially because it seemed like they were flickering wherever I was, or while I was walking under them. Maintenance said they'd check it out, and I even saw a couple of bulbs being changed. Over the next few nights, though, the lights continued to flicker, and only a few nurses seemed to notice them, always when they were around me or nurses around Miss Baker's room. There was more than just the lights to worry about. The sounds of footsteps echoing in the hallways, even if I was the only one there. They were different from standard footsteps that I'd hear down the halls. These felt distant yet close. Arguably, the most upsetting part were the whispers. Those seemed to follow me wherever I went that week, growing a bit louder, more frequent with each night. They were unintelligible, practically gibberish, but I could sense that they were filled with some sort of pain. It was as if something since past were desperately trying to communicate with anything living, and anything being me. I confided in my coworker and friend Sarah, finally, hoping that she'd have some rational explanation. To my surprise, she nodded rather curiously and shared her own experiences with the paranormal. Apparently, she'd experienced similar phenomena, but in the basement while doing laundry. There were flickering lights accompanied by whispers, dismissing them at first, but eventually deciding she wasn't imagining these things. But like me, she wasn't sure what to do. We both kind of felt terrified, but admitted that it felt good not to be alone. Though we were unsure of what exactly was happening, or how to stop it from happening to us. What I found most intriguing about my interaction with Sarah was that the events she'd experienced were all during the same week. She'd only been there a year, but still, just like me, she'd never experienced anything before. Not like this. She even agreed things seemed to be intensifying each night. So, in search of answers, we delved into the history of the nursing home. Nothing terribly interesting there, though. Since being built in 1945, it had been a city hall building, a library. But since 1989, it had been the nursing home that it is today. Well, it was in 2017. Not sure if it still actually stands. Regardless, our online search yielded no answers. One night, we cautiously explored the basement. It's where Sarah had most of her experiences. While there, we stumbled upon a hidden room of sorts. It almost looked like a floor-length window, but it instead opened to a very small room filled with several filing cabinets. Inside, we discovered old medical records, newspaper clippings, photographs. We expected to uncover some sort of dark past or truth, but for the most part, it looked like archived items that couldn't be stored elsewhere due to space. However, we'd spent our lunch down there, and there were a few records that stood out to us. Ones where residents or patients reported feeling like they couldn't breathe, that something was keeping them awake at night. Some described feeling agonizing pain while sleeping, causing them to wake up and feel as though something heavy was holding them down. It wasn't just one or two. We found records with these reports dating all the way back from 89 to 99. We figured that there had to be more, but realized they stopped there, and the remaining records were likely stored securely upstairs. Armed with some strange newfound knowledge, we decided that to confront this so-called spirit head-on would be reckless. So, we acknowledged the sufferings described in the patient's charts, but decided that maybe it was best to leave it alone. After all, our residents all seemed to be fine. No one complained about such things. Best not to rock the boat, we agreed. Over the next few days, the paranormal activity continued, but it gradually subsided after that week. I still don't really know why. It's not like we could totally ignore it. But I remember I kept a close eye on Miss Baker. She continued to be fine and unbothered, though, which was good. The whispers grew fainter. Our electricity seemed to repair itself, or someone may have actually repaired that. I'm not really sure. Sarah and I continued to talk about the events for as long as I can remember. I stopped working there in 2017, but I still talk to her regularly. I told her I was going to share this story, and she said she couldn't wait to hear it be retold. She was always a tad braver than I was when it came to this whole thing. I still can't fully comprehend the events that unfolded there, but I guess it's safe to say I believe in ghosts. Before my grandmother died in 2022, I asked her if I could publish her stories. Not only did she give me permission, but she gave me her journals where she documented a lot of her most interesting experiences. She'd worked at a couple of haunted locations, so much so that I believe my grandmother was sensitive. She never said that, but her experiences aren't ones that I think just everyone has. Don't get me wrong, I've always wanted to experience something paranormal like this. I do believe in this stuff. Like, I know I'd be scared, but the curiosity outweighs the fear. Either way, the story about my grandmother's time working at St. Ignatius Hospital in Colfax, Washington, is one of my favorite stories of hers, so I'm just going to share it in her words instead of trying to rewrite it myself. Oh, also, some things have changed since she initially wrote this. You can actually visit this place. It's been converted into a historical museum. I've not personally been there since I live in Utah, and I have yet to make my way to Washington, but I wanted to throw that out there. Thanks for sharing. The Sisters of Providence. The second hospital I ever worked with, St. Ignatius, was the most active. It wasn't a traditional busyness. The patient population had been diminishing for years. Part of my job was collecting that sort of data, and it was clear St. Ignatius was not a busy hospital, not anymore. Instead, the activity I felt, it was spiritual, residual. By the time they closed as St. Ignatius in 1964, the same year I gave birth to my daughter, Michelle, it was mainly due to a lack of patients there. It was simply too expensive to maintain. But in its heyday, the hospital served as one of the most important healthcare systems in the entire region. I was looking forward to the work I had to do there. I knew the hospital had a lot of history, but the first time I walked in there, I realized just how much of it lived inside those walls still. I could feel it. The air was heavy with the scent of antiseptic, but there was something else lingering there, something most consider inexplicable. But I had felt the feeling before. Holy Trinity in Palouse, Nani's house in Clarkston. The hospital was haunted. That's when I learned about the Sisters of Providence. Several framed photos throughout the hospital, little statements underneath some of them, plaques sharing the same sentiment. The Sisters of Providence were instrumental in the establishment of St. Ignatius Hospital in Colfax, Washington. They recognized the need for medical care in the area and took the initiative to create the hospital. An incredible statement, though it only tells part of the story. Before I learned everything, I knew enough to know that the presence was likely that of the sisters. As I made my way through mostly vacant hallways, I wasn't frightened, though I did feel slight unease at their quickly vanishing apparitions. These became more frequent the more times I visited and the longer I stayed there. Sure, they meant no harm, but it's something to get used to, undoubtedly. I had the opportunity to venture deeper into the heart of the hospital. Though it was now just mainly archives and a collection of unused spaces, that's where I was given a small workplace to go about my business without encroaching on valuable space necessary to the medical staff. The air was a bit more stale in those places. Goosebumps rose on my arms, and though it was cold, those weren't the response to a change in weather. It was as if whatever had been with me throughout the mainstay hospital had followed me there, too. The sound of distant, steady footsteps echoed through the empty corridors. I knew they weren't the result of anything evil or in despair. There was warmth there, a sense of guardianship. As I delved deeper over the next few hours, I discovered the past. These items in literature weren't the ones out in the open for everyone to find. Instead, tucked away in the unused corridors of the hospital. Old filing cabinets and boxes filled with more photographs, tattered journals, prayer manuals, and other forgotten relics that actually revealed the stories of the nuns. More than just their devotion to their faith, but also how instrumental and connected to that place they were. These sisters, these nuns, were actively involved in the planning and fundraising, as many of the plaques implied. But I found it especially noteworthy that they had participated in the actual construction of the hospital, which opened its doors in 1893. They even continued to manage and provide the healthcare services at St. Ignatius Hospital for many years, ensuring that the community had access to good quality medical care. Many of the sisters spent their final days inside St. Ignatius. It was their home. To this day, I cannot forget that hospital, the sisters that wander its halls. It had a surprisingly profound impact on my life. Their presence serves as a constant reminder that spirits of the past can linger, seeking solace or understanding in the hearts of the living. And though their presence may be unsettling, the human spirit is so powerful, living and beyond. I lived in an apartment in this old house in New Orleans. I lived with my boyfriend at the time, and we got this insane deal on a beautiful apartment. It was $600 to rent a massive, stunning apartment with hardwood floors and huge ceilings. My boyfriend worked in the oil field and would go offshore often, leaving me alone. 99% of the things happened when I was alone. One day I got out of the shower and the mirror was fogged up. I leaned over while I was brushing my teeth, and when I looked up, the mirror had been wiped in a circle where my face was. That happened a few times. It had wiped away where my face was when I looked up from brushing my teeth. Only a handful of times for the few months that I lived there, but when it did happen, it happened the same way every time. While I was sleeping, I often heard things crashing, and also often heard footsteps in the attic. When my boyfriend was there, he heard the footsteps too. He went into the attic to check it out, and no one was up there. I came home from getting groceries, put them on the gas stove, got a feeling of being watched, and looked up. After 2 or 3 seconds of me coming in and putting the groceries down, I looked up and all the cabinets were suddenly open 90 degrees. I closed the doors and tried to recreate it happening, which I couldn't. I brushed it off, went back to put the groceries away, got another creepy feeling, looked up and all of the cabinet doors were open again at a perfect 90-degree angle. While my back was turned, looking at the cabinets, all of the burners turned on full blast. When he was home, Every night we heard footsteps of someone walking slowly in high heels up and down the hallway, sometimes for hours. The apartment next to us was a mirror image of ours, and the walls were thin. My boyfriend thought that the guy next to us had a lady over, and I said, "No woman wears high heels on hardwood floors, walking back and forth all night. They would have taken them off." Well, it turns out our neighbor worked as a nurse during the night shift and wasn't home anyway. I was going to sleep one day, but I was scared, so I left the hallway light on. I heard footsteps and was too scared to sleep. I looked up and saw an evil being. A man. But he looked half something else. Something was wrong. I saw him walk into the doorway of the room, stop, and turn towards me. I'd never been so scared. I was paralyzed in fear. He came into the room, stood at the left side of the bed, and sat down. I felt like I was being electrocuted the entire time he was looking at me. It felt like an eternity. I think I passed out from fear. I woke up in the morning and panicked. I felt like it happened, but kept trying to convince myself that it was just a nightmare. One night, my boyfriend and I were watching TV in the dark. We heard the sound of the wood floor creaking, and we both looked over to see an evil-looking, older, ugly woman glaring at us. We both looked at each other. I knew by looking at him, he saw it too. That was the day that I went from thinking I was paranoid to living in full fear. And for me, here's the most terrifying part. Our dishwasher broke and these handymen came to install the new one. One guy says to the other, "Hurry up, I hate being in this apartment." I asked him to explain why, and he said he'll only talk to me outside. He said that a serial killer lived in that apartment and had killed women who were all the same age who looked similar in the French Quarter. He was a cross-dresser and walked up and down the hallway in heels. The FBI found a headless body and searched the entire property for the head and never found it. They looked in the attic and found traces of him living up there at some point. If you're curious, 2835 General Pershing, New Orleans, Louisiana. It's the upper right side apartment. I tried to look up the news story online and haven't had any luck. Maybe someone here is a better sleuth. This isn't my story exactly, but I heard about it and saw the evidence from those involved. My mother's late boyfriend, who we'll call Steve, grew up in a small town called Oakville. Steve would often take my youngest sisters and my mother to visit family there. He's big on photography, so he was always looking for fun and cool places to take the family where he could take photos. While my brother and I had already moved out, my mom and sisters were still living with Steve at the time. I had already had 3 kids, so it wasn't feasible for me to join them on these trips. On one particular visit, Steve decided to take them to an old mansion called Graywood Manor, which wasn't far from Oakville. The sun was shining, and it was perfect weather for a hike and some photography. After returning home from the somewhat uneventful visit, Steve had the photos developed. This was almost 25 years ago, so they were using rolls of film. Surprisingly, every photo, except one, captured the joyous atmosphere of the sunny day. The odd photo, however, showcased Graywood Manor at night during a fierce thunderstorm, with lightning illuminating the sky. Strangely enough, the negative for this photo was sandwiched between the normal photos that depicted the sunny day. No one noticed anything unusual when the photo was taken. It was only discovered by the person developing the film. Steve kept the photo and the negative until his passing this summer, and none of us could explain the inexplicable occurrence. I had the opportunity to see the photos and negatives myself, and they left us all bewildered. I wish I'd taken it with me. To this day, the mystery behind that particular photo remains Back in 1997, I lived in what I would call a bad neighborhood. It was in the San Fernando Valley, so it wasn't the worst that LA had to offer. The apartment was under the stairs halfway to the back. The rent was cheaper than the other apartments, and I was glad to have gotten it. It was just me and my girlfriend at the time living there. What was odd off the bat was that it had 2 steps from the door to the floor of the apartment. I don't know why, but it was the only one. In this apartment, it was cold almost all the time, despite the outside temperature. The kitchen and living room were open to each other, and the door led to the bedroom. You could see 80% of the apartment from the bedroom. The first odd thing that happened was that night. I could hear someone walking around outside my door, and then knock. Sometimes I was in the living room and could clearly see that no one was out there. A few weeks in, the TV and radio would start to turn on, and then the volume would go up. At the time, I figured that someone had similar electronics and that was causing it. It wasn't until a drawer came open in the kitchen and something fell out onto the floor one night. That's when I started to really wonder. It was my knife drawer, and the chef's knife was on the floor. I was in my bedroom. I could see across the apartment, and no one had been there. I started to ask the neighbors, but they mostly wanted to keep to themselves. The next night, I woke up to quiet sobbing that stopped when I went into the living room. The next day, I struck up a conversation with an older resident. I asked about my apartment, and he smiled. He told me that years back there were some gang members that lived there. They used to make noise and trouble, and everyone stayed away from them. One day, they all got into a fight in the apartment and stabbed someone to death. They just up and left him there, and it took almost a week or so for someone to call the police, as it had started to smell. They couldn't get the smell out because it was in the subfloor. The solution was to tear out all of the carpet and tile the cement under it. Looking at the rough cement, 1-foot floor around the whole apartment, it made sense. He then told me there was more. I was like, great. The next people who would live there had a teenage daughter, and she had a boyfriend in the building. They broke up later, and he would watch her come and go with hate in his eyes. Luckily for him, he didn't hurt her physically, but what he did do was hang himself on the stairs just outside her door, looking at it. He knew that she left for work early, and of course, she found him. Later, I talked to the lady that lived in the apartment where her dead boyfriend lived. She said that she could hear someone opening her door and then walk down the hallway towards my apartment. I did not renew my lease after a year of ghosts and the actual dangerous gang members that lived in these apartments. I grew up on the beautiful island of Guam. My father was in the military, so we had a nice house on a base. Unfortunately, I was terrified of sleeping in my room, so I slept on my parents' bedroom floor. One evening, I shifted my pillows around while having trouble falling asleep. During the process, I noticed a pale and purple finger that looked like it belonged to a corpse. I stared in horror, unsure what to do, and watched as it slowly retreated under the bed. I covered the spot with a pillow and tried my hardest to sleep, but I just couldn't. One day, I looked under my parents' bed to see bright yellow glowing eyes that definitely didn't belong to one of our cats. It was staring me down, and I felt uneasy, like I wasn't safe, and I wasn't meant to see it. In that house, I regularly heard glass shattering in the kitchen, only to discover nothing was broken. There were also heavy footsteps that ran up and down the hallway. From the corner of her eye, my sister often saw someone hanging in my parents' bedroom, only to have it disappear when she looked. I saw shadow people running around in darker areas of the house. My father would tell the spirits to leave in peace, and things would be quiet for a week or two, before getting weird again. Several years ago, my husband and I purchased our first home in Hoquiam, Washington. We grew up in Grace Harbor and never wanted to leave the coast. It's near the only McDonald's in town. If you know Hoquiam, you know the general 3-block radius I'm talking about. Though we don't live there anymore, I don't want to get too specific and have some crazy Christian burn down this house, thinking the devil's in it. And when I say crazy, I mean meth head. And when I say Christian, I mean meth head. When we purchased this house, the lumber yards were still rolling relatively strong in Aberdeen, which was good for Hoquiam. It was a bustling city with so much potential. That would end a few years after the purchase of our home. While we lived there, Devin was a police officer in Ocean Shores, and I worked at the bank in Aberdeen. The house next to ours had a for sale sign outside of it the first half of the year that we lived there. Then another sign was put up saying, new reduced price. It would be the next summer when it finally sold to a family with another little girl around Tilly's age. The girls instantly became best friends, and their front yard friendship was the icebreaker for the adults to meet and mingle. Devin and I invited them over for 4th of July for a barbecue. We all hit it off, and the drinks and unfiltered conversations began to flow that night. While the husbands are in the street lighting off fireworks with the kids and other neighbors partying on the block, I'm standing with the wife, Gretchen. She's a short native girl from Tahola and has a mouth of a sailor when she drinks. She leans in real close and says, "Can I ask you something without you thinking I'm batshit crazy?" I'm thinking, dang, is she gonna say something really batshit crazy right now? Because I'd really like my daughter to be able to continue playing with her new best friend. So I ask straight up, "How crazy are you talking?" Praying that she doesn't ask to get high in my bathroom, but she hits me with a curveball and says that she thinks their house is haunted. I'm like, oh, word? She asks me if I know anything about the history of the house, but I tell her we just moved into ours a couple years ago, and that their house had been up for sale until they moved in. Gretchen asked if we've experienced anything otherworldly happening at our place, then asks if I've ever felt like I'd fallen out of reality, like a sudden rush of irrational, heart-racing fear when nothing is around. The topic continues as the men come back, and while the girls play in Tilly's room, me and Dev sit with our jaws hanging open as Gretchen and Stevie trade stories about the real haunted house batshittery going on next door. From disembodied footsteps and whispers to Stevie pulling out his big beer belly and showing us 3 long purple scratches wrapping across his ribs. Faucets turning on and off randomly through the night, cupboards slamming. Super scary shit. The scariest being when Gretchen told us that their daughter almost drowned in the bathtub a few days prior. Gretchen was shampooing her daughter's hair when she felt her daughter's head get pulled from her hands. She sank underwater, and at first, Gretchen thought that she was playing a joke, so she waited just a second for her to pop back up. But as Gretchen watched the shampoo bubbles begin to pop and melt in the water, she saw her daughter at the bottom of the tub, with her eyes and mouth wide open. A look of horror was frozen on her face. But there were no bubbles coming from her nose or mouth. Seeing this, Gretchen quickly pulls her body from the water. She was breathing, but her body and expression went limp and lifeless when she left the water. Gretchen and Stevie threw her into the truck and ripped out to the hospital up the hill. Doctors there couldn't find anything wrong with her. As the conversation continued, we drunkenly joked that they were always welcome to stay at our place anytime the paranormal stuff became too much. Then, almost immediately after our small laughter subsided, like we manifested that to be the plan for the night, Dev points out the window and goes, "No fucking way." I go look out the blinds over to Gretchen and Stevie's house. From the side window, we can see their kitchen window and a bedroom window on the floor above. In that window, we watch as the light in the room turns on and off over and over. Gretchen and Stevie don't even leave the table to look. To this day, I don't know why they would all go home that night, even after Dev had offered them the guest bedroom. I guess it was that liquid courage on Stevie's prideful lips. It evoked his alpha male alter ego. I also think that he was trying to show off to my cop husband, but he stood up and was like, "Fuck that. I'm not getting kicked out of my house. His drunk ass storms up the stairs and kicks open the door of our daughter's bedroom, scaring the shit out of the sleeping girls. He grabs his daughter and the family leave that night, determined to handle their poltergeist problem. Devin and I are just kind of stunned, a little drunk, but mainly a bit concerned for our neighbors. Like a bunch of creeps, we post up by the side window and see if we can catch any of the action. For the most part, the house seems asleep, but every few minutes, just as I would get bored, the lights would start flickering in various rooms of the house. I realized this was something that probably had been happening all the time, but just come to our attention that night. Gretchen and I follow up the next day. She says that she and Stevie are having a disagreement about how to handle the problem. Stevie wanted to bring in a priest, whereas Gretchen wanted to bring in an authentic shaman or move altogether. I was in no more of a position then than I am now to be suggesting things, but I told her that in the interim, she and her family were welcome to stay with us. They were gone before the end of the summer. Though we didn't experience the happenings ourselves, the area just felt a bit more dim without the family next door. And this home sat vacant once more, only now we had this weird knowledge of strange happenings going on inside. That house stayed empty until we moved almost 2 years later, and it always made me uncomfortable. Comparatively, our house was only on the market for a few months before it sold. We opted not to disclose to the buyers that they had a haunted house next door, but I'm sure they figured it out eventually. Oddly enough, it wasn't even the ghost house that made us eventually sell, and I'm still proud to be from the harbor. Go Grizzlies. That being said, we moved to Texas after one of those crazy meth heads tried to lure our daughter out of our front yard. The homeless addict population growth was becoming an epidemic, and we couldn't raise our Tilly in that mess. So we moved. Well, that's all I've got as far as ghost stories, so thanks for reading. When I lived in Alta, we used to explore an old mine all the time. I practically lived in one of the old miners' quarters for a couple of years as we explored that creaky, drafty place, and affectionately called it the mine. Creative, I know. If you've ever ridden the lift from the Germania side, you've probably gone right over it, though you'd never know it was there unless someone told you. The place had a history, and stories said that miners who worked those tunnels back in the day never truly left. They lingered, trapped in the darkness, their souls bound to the rock and ore that they spent their lives extracting. I didn't think much of it at first. I don't know if many do. Ghost stories were a dime a dozen in places like Alta, but there was something about those mines that made me feel like the tales weren't just stories. One time while we were poking around one of the deeper shafts, something happened that made me rethink everything I thought I knew about fear. We'd been exploring for hours, our headlamps casting these long, wavering shadows on the walls as we got deeper and deeper into the darkness. The air was thick, but also heavy, with the scent of damp stone and something else. Something faint, like the lingering trace of old, forgotten things. We were just about to head back, our curiosity satisfied for the day, when the ground beneath our feet began to tremble. It started as a low rumble, barely noticeable, but quickly grew into something more violent. The walls shuddered, and a deep, echoing groan resonated through the tunnel, as if it were in pain. It was a small earthquake, just enough to send a shiver of fear down our spines, but what followed was worse. As we scrambled to exit, up the shaft, the ceiling above us began to crack and crumble. Before we could react, a section of the tunnel collapsed. It sent a cloud of dust and debris crashing all around us. For a moment, everything went dark. Clearly, our exit had just been covered. I could hear the others coughing and cursing through the sound of muffled, thick layers of dirt. We were trapped, buried underneath a mountain of rock, with only a few feet of space between us and certain death. Panic setting quickly for me, then the others. The weight of the earth pressing down on us was really suffocating. The realization that we might not make it out of here, that hit hard. The total darkness really didn't help much either. But we managed to communicate with each other, find each other. Miraculously, none of us were injured, so we began to dig our way out, each of us taking a section of what we thought was the entrance to the cave. We couldn't believe how much rubble had managed to make its way in front of us in such a small period of time. After a while of tossing rocks, I started to feel a bit hopeless. And then something strange happened. The darkness around us seemed to shift. It began to move in ways that didn't make sense. I was seeing darkness move against darkness. And then I could feel it. Something cold, something alive, brushing against my skin, tugging at my clothes. Maybe I was scared and imagining what I wanted, but I followed the direction of the coldness, looking down at my right leg. I saw the faintest of lights. I told the others to head in my direction. We needed to dig where this new light source was. That's our path out of here. And so we dug like our lives depended on it, which they did, really. The tunnel was unstable, and every movement sent more debris falling down. The hustle was necessary. And eventually, after what felt like hours, we broke through. The first breath of fresh air was like being reborn, the sunlight almost blinding after the darkness of the mine. We emerged, filthy, a little shaken, but very alive. After going through something like that, I think I can safely say that ghosts, or whatever you want to believe they are, aren't the scary ones. Not to me. In this case, that was for sure the earthquake. I've shared this story before. Locals don't like to hear this story. They like to say that we made something angry that day. I don't put a lot of weight into the idea that something might have caused the collapse, other than an earthquake. But I'll admit it's interesting to think about. There's this cave in New Mexico that I used to visit often, back in the days when I was part of a motion picture film crew. This was before digital photography took over, so we relied on traditional film, which meant lugging around bulky equipment, massive lights with heavy battery packs, the only kind that can light up a space like that. The cave itself was something of a marvel, passages that twisted and turned like a labyrinth. But there was one room, deep inside, a chamber that the locals had warned us about. But you learn over time that locals love to say a lot of things when they realize you're filming in or around their territory. So we shrugged it off at first. It wasn't until we experienced it for ourselves that we understood what they meant. Every time we crossed into that room, something would happen. Call it unsettling or not, but our lights, no matter how powerful, would start to dim and flicker. It wasn't like the batteries were running low. It was more like something was feeding on the energy, draining it deliberately. At first we didn't think much of it other than better bring extra batteries, and that maybe it was a quirk of the cave's environment, some natural phenomenon that we couldn't explain. But the more we worked in the cave, the more it felt like something else was there too. Of course, none of us could reason with that, so avoidance became the norm. The first time it happened, we were caught off guard. The lights started to die one by one, and in the dim glow of these failing bulbs, shadows on the walls, taking on shapes that seemed alive. Though we weren't moving, nor was our equipment. We had to stumble out of that room in near darkness, the only light coming from the small, weak beams of our flashlights, which were barely enough to guide our steps. After that, we learned to be cautious. We made it a rule, never stop in that room, not even for a moment. We'd move through it quickly without a word. The silence between us was heavy, but I think we were all scared of something. And every time, without fail, as soon as we crossed into that chamber, the lights would start their eerie flickering. There were times when I swear I felt something watching us, presence just out of sight, just spying from the shadows that made up a majority of our surroundings. The hairs on the back of my neck would stand on end. I'd quicken my pace, eager to leave that room. I wasn't the only one who felt it. The others would glance nervously at the walls, their faces like mine, their breaths coming a little faster as we hurried through, like mine. We never spoke about it directly, not in the cave at least. But afterward, when we were safe in the light of day, we'd share a little. Ultimately, we all agreed that it was best not to talk about it. We were all level-headed people, but we knew whatever was in that cave was something best left undisturbed. Eventually, the project ended, and I, for obvious reasons, haven't been back to that cave ever since. But even now, years later, I can still feel the weight of that place. I've never worked on a film, let alone experienced anything in life quite like it. It's a memory that stays with you, one that makes you question what's real. But deep down, I know it wasn't just in our heads. There was something in that cave, maybe even something that didn't want us there. Growing up, every year, my family would spend our summer vacation at our cabin. The summer of my junior year of high school, I used to babysit at this rather large house. The kids were about 4 and 2. The first time I went, my sister came along to help. Walking into the house the first time gave me an uneasy feeling, but I never could quite put my finger on it. Of all the summers we'd been going to the lake, this was the first time we'd known anyone living in this particular house. As the night went on, the parents were gone from about 4 p.m. to 1 a.m. Things started to get weird. My sister was sitting at the dining room table, and I had taken both of the kids to the bathroom. About a minute later, she runs up to me and the kids and swears she heard footsteps run up behind her and suddenly stop. When she turned around, she said she saw nothing and got super freaked out and ran to me. Even scarier, she said the footsteps followed her as she ran, picking up speed and almost catching up to her. I'm gonna be honest, that freaked me out quite a bit. The rest of that night, I still felt uneasy, but nothing happened to me. The next time I went to their house to babysit is when I experienced something paranormal for the first time in my life. I was playing with the kids in their playroom, and from the opposite side of the room, a toy fell out of their toy chest. Both kids were on my side of the room, and the toy chest was barely half full. We all saw it. Everyone was quiet, and I could sense the oldest becoming uneasy. I played it off, though, sharing an unprompted laugh, which made them laugh. Then I put the kids to bed and just waited for the parents to get home. It was an agonizing couple of hours. I kept expecting something to jump out at me. The next couple of times babysitting after the second time were some of the most terrifying of my life. I'd hear footsteps upstairs when I was downstairs, and both of the kids would be with me. I'd see black shadows out of the corner of my eye quite often. It got to the point where lights would turn off and on by themselves, right in front of me. I could even hear the switch click. There was one specific time that I felt one of the children run up and grab the side of my leg, but there was no child when I looked down. I completely lost it after that incident. I called my mom, crying so she could help me get through the rest of the night. It may not sound awful to you guys, but to me, the fear had consumed my whole body. The final straw was when the 4-year-old got out of bed and started laughing at me. I asked him why he was laughing, and he just continued to laugh even harder and looked to the side of my face instead of directly at me. I had no desire to turn around, and I sent him back to bed. That was it for me. I knew something was in that house, and I never went back again. The parents were my dad's friends from work who had rented the house for that summer. After I officially quit, my dad told me about the many rumors that surrounded the house. He knew that they had gone through 4 nannies before we had even made it there. They paid very well, and that's why I kept going back initially, until it became too much. The best part about the story is after I stopped babysitting, the 4-year-old had woken up one night screaming and crying, telling his dad that he knew someone was in his closet. And when I heard about that incident, I never regretted my decision to stay the hell away from that house.